Go. I'm not sure where my volume's got a clip. I actually forgot my post-it for where volume levels should be for my PC versus consoles. That sticky note deleted itself. Deletus McFleetus it did to itself. So I'll have to adjust that in a second here. But hi everyone. It's been hot minute, cold minute. I don't know. I might not be ethnic enough to put colors to my times or temperatures. Colors time. I'm over here surprised that I'm on time. And in the back of my head, I was thinking, for once, I'm not gonna start the stream on CPT as my time zone. Philip, I saw that earlier. I need to check my PO box. That's what it's called. You call it a PO box. So anyway, hi everyone. I'm Darkness. This is a game, and I'm chatting, playing with you guys. I'm specifically playing this so I can also chat with you guys because tomorrow I will be talking to you guys as well, and also to remind people that I exist. I'm actually gonna start doing some of the things I was talking about before that we were gonna do. And oh my god, did I lower the chair? Is that where the chair goes? Did I change it because I'm an idiot? Why would I? It was at the perfect height. The camera's bolted to the wall now. Damn it, chair. Don't mess with me, chair. Don't mess with me. Alright, now it's at the perfect height. See, it's supposed to be at the height for when I play this game that I nail my knee into the desk if something accidentally jump scares me somehow. That is the perfect height. So when I'm at the height of that, yes, if I jump too suddenly, I nail my knee into the desk. We're at peak levels. Anything less and it's unacceptable. Hey everyone. So yeah, I've been gone. There's been reasons. I'm not gonna sit here and give excuses to why I've been gone because for a lot of people they just boil down to excuses. Mental, physical, and also technological issues all combined to be like I haven't been here. But I am going to try to do some of the things that we're talking about. So tonight we're gonna chat. I'm gonna get into Ethan Must Die. I'm gonna say hi to everyone after I actually start the game because YouTube actually has a thing where I learned I'm supposedly supposed to be starting the game immediately or they kind of dock me. So which controller is the one that's working? This one apparently. I plugged in the other one to work and this one's working. So YouTube actually is more and more docking content that doesn't immediately start into the content. So new content. Well, I don't think I've ever beaten. I'm on my PC for playing this, and then I don't think have I beaten Ethan Must Die on PC. I've beaten it into the ground. PS4, PS4 Pro, PS5, PS5. We'll see if there are any issues on PC. But getting into everything, give me Navi's one more time, really quick, everyone, please. So I can say I see Pockets, Felicia, Mike Graham. I see I don't have it set up.
H-Bot.
I see welcome back to the family, Sir David. What's going on? Lisa. Yeah, it's nice to see you. Michelle, Noah Buddy. Man, the Iliad is coming right back to me from that. No, the Odyssey, Odysseus. Gabriel, Kale, GJD, 8000. Pockets, did I say hi? Oh, kabam, says Russ. What's going on? Caitlin. Hi, Caitlin and Corey. There might have been a cuteness attempt, but it was thwarted. Yeah, I need to revisit actually for myself Resident Evil 3. Tatas. Alyssa. Hello. Fire PTSD. Gail. Lots of love from United Kingdom, Liverpool. I'm glad. Oh, I see that Great Britain there. Part that little GB. I have viewers from other parts like Scotland, so I'm pretty sure I have to just say Britain, just to make sure I stay neutral of everything. And my condolences for everyone that's over there, going through all the stuff that's happening. Emerald Hobo, Rusty, Matthew, Holt. What's going on? All right, so let's get into this. If I didn't say hi, Jeffrey, what's going on? If I didn't say hi to you, Lucas, Murph himself, McFly, Dreamy Kid, hey. If I didn't say hi, then just nag me, because I should put on glasses probably, but I just took them off because I didn't feel like wearing them. So anyway, if anything happens badly, I blame the computer, the PC, the controller being different, because it's an Xbox controller that's meant to be shaped more like a PS4 or 5 controller on purpose. And I'll explain the premise of tomorrow's art. Are alerts on properly? Did I stream the Village DLC? No. Is the Village DLC out? No. But is the Village DLC out? Because if it is, I kind of need to record it. Hey, Retro. Hey, Shadow. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Lisa. Oh, I'll give you a dirge. I need to warm up my voice a little. Comes out in October? Okay. Whoa, it stuttered right there. All right, game. Don't start off jerking me around. So, if you read about tomorrow's stream, even though we're in today's stream, you know, if you're ahead of the game and you saw that there's one tomorrow, the premise is spelled out, but to spell it out a little bit more for you guys that might not have seen it. Basically, it's going to be a stream where, you know how you can make text pop up on the screen in my chat? Cool. That's going to be completely used against me. If you're a member, there's still a post for members only that I'm going to choose a word, a list of 10 words that are related to Resident Evil specifically, Resident Evil 2 maybe. And then I'm going to choose 10 words that are just like ticking time bombs. And I've got a program set up that hopefully will work when I want it to, because I already tested it and it did. Survival nice. Hell yeah. Oh crap. Almost hit the wrong thing. Jesus H. Come on. This is not Resident Evil 8. That's how you do things. This is how I do it. I'll get to the doors. Hey Eric, what's going on? Welcome back to the family, Christian. What's going on? I appreciate that. So yes, please, everyone that started responding to the members only post, they actually were responding like, I don't know innuendos. I tried in tomorrow's stream description to describe what's going to happen. Tomorrow's stream is going to be like a lot of things that I might accidentally say. Of course, all the main characters' names will be on the list, like Leon, Claire, Ada. But there are going to be like 10 words that you can try to trick me with. There's going to be a program, and hopefully I'll just make it so that you can see how the program is parsing words that are coming out of my mouth. You guys, when you put anything that I chose, so like donations at 5 or more on the screen, or like I think I might turn flexing back on, I might not, because that's kind of broken too. All of that stuff. Hey, Robert, thank you so much.
Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say ever. Can I mention ever again?
Thank you, Robert Brown. Yeah, this for me is like is a cooldown game that's kind of down to a science for me too. I'm sure that there are other methods that are better to do a few things in this game. I don't use them because I have still never watched anybody else play this game. So, my anything you see me do in this is my technique, if you will. But anyway, tomorrow's stream, the reason why I'm trying to explain it today's is because I think some people are missing the premise. So the idea is I'm going to stick a lot of time bombs in there. Like I can't talk, I'm going to do Leon's run. I can't say Leon's name. But I'm sticking other words in there that I want to be like Resident Evil related, or you guys know I go on tangents about, like in biology, but are easy to implant into other words or to trick phonetically me into saying them. So I've got a voice program that will show you how it's like parsing words, and we'll test it out as the stream is starting one more time to make sure. But as I'm saying things, it's trying to dictate what I'm saying. If it picks up a keyword in any way, I have to restart my hardcore S+ run. It'll be chat's job to make it as miserable as possible for me, because I will read out every single message, every word, unless I can catch what you tried to do to sneak a word in or to get me to talk about a subject that would make me start over. So my example I gave everyone, King of Sarcasm giving me the freaking dabbing Betty White. Anyway, the Queen has something in common with Betty White now. Oh, I'm gonna put Jesus Christ, King of Sarcasm. Hey, it's the Wolves. Hey, Mary, what's going on? Hey, Sacred Ordinary. So, ow! There's a big bruise on my hand. I keep forgetting. I don't bruise easily. My son actually threw balls hard enough that palm of my hand, I had to bare hand one, and it bruised there, and then trying to play catch and without a glove to get him warmed up, it just popped that one, and my knuckles bruised up. So, here's the idea. Here's the premise. Tomorrow, I'm the everyman that's supposed to be able to do Resident Evil 2 Remake Hardcore S+ easy, right? All right. The example I gave to everyone was the word log. I want words more related to like biology or things that I go on tangents about. You guys know me. I like to talk science. I like to talk everything else. But I gave the example log. If you can send a message that's like, what is somebody who cuts down trees cut them into? Logs? Yeah, that's funny. Whatever. You got me to say log. The program will parse. I said the word log, and it'll tell me to start over, and I have to restart the game from scratch. If I can catch what you did, I'm not reading it out loud. I'm stopping dead in my tracks. But I'm gonna try to read it blind from sight and try to sight read. Here's the thing. The example I gave. If you trick me into saying the word psychology and log was one of the keywords, psychology is spelled at the end L-O-G-Y. Log is in there. That counts. So Ada, as being one of the character names, if I say the word adamant, I'm going to be starting over. There are ways, the other 10 set of words, not related strictly to Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil as a franchise, are words that not only do I go on rants about, but I want you guys to think hard about words that you can phonetically trick me into saying. Someone else has done something similar to this, and dragon was one of the words, and someone said, this is starting to drag on. Yeah, the program will pick up the idea drag and on, put it together and say, that's dragon, it counts. It'll put words together. Your guys' job is to come up with another set of, so there's gonna be 20 words. So I have to do my best to not hit any of the time bombs of words that you put in there, and that we do it. And yeah, everything that pops up on screen, I got to read it out loud. And in reading it out loud, I'm going to suffer. If I can pick it up, then I get to go through. It's a 2.5 hour run that will feel like fucking forever. It'll feel like forever because I know I'm gonna fall for some, and if it gets too easy, oh yeah, D's, I don't know how to put D's on there, but I was trying to figure out how D's nuts could be on there, so I can't finish any got 'em trying to get me to say D's nuts and things like that. I was looking at that. But yeah, so that's tomorrow's stream.
I'm gonna let you in on
the whole premise
little
of it.
Secret of comedy. Bad things aren't funny when they happen to Daddy.
What about Mommy?
Oh, Mommy's fair game. Go for the throw.
Oh my God, that sound bit when.
So glad to see you back. I'm currently unfortunately down with the sickness, but seeing your stream makes me feel a little better. We missed you. Oh, wah ah ah ah.
Ooh, wah ah ah. Thank you so much, Caitlin, Corey. I'm sorry to hear that you're down with the sickness. Caitlin. Speaking of which, of like Mommy's fair game, go for the throat. Guess who has the C word? Yeah, you guys have heard me have my complaints before about that situation. Yay! Oh, jizz in my pants. It's the only weapon I've got. Yeah, she happens to have the C word. So I gotta deal with that too. Rowan's negative, but she's got it. Really, I feel like I've talked about it so much with you guys that like I should be able to just tell you guys we got him. Like, this can either come out wonderful in the idea that she gains an appreciation of what's going on, or horrible if she doesn't get symptoms bad enough that she realizes what, again, is going on. No, I don't have the weapons to deal with you. Okay, yeah, I didn't have the weaponry to deal with that. So, yeah, anyway. No, not too bad. This is a woman who works in the school system and had every warning to get the vaccine. But other than amazingly ironic news, of course, a little tongue-in-cheek, being facetious, whatever, blah blah blah. What's the C word again? The one that isn't used by people in the UK all the time, but is used by everyone who ever had to deal with a pandemic. What if you spell it out phonetically? Counts, as long as the program can parse that if it accidentally, if you spell out a word phonetically and I say it phonetically and the program parses that when I phonetically said it, the word I was trying to say was one of the words, it counts. Whatever I read out, that program's gonna dictate my fate. If you try to phonetically put words together that actually make one of the key words, like I know someone's gotta do lean on me. If I accidentally am not enunciating Leon enough, that will absolutely count. It will make it sound like I said Leon me, because it's looking out for those words. It might make me start over. So I already know that's one of the names I've got to look out for. Hey, Stephen, all right, did I say hi? So, like, that program has a sensitivity slider, and I found a good sweet spot for it already. So it's gonna be a thing. And then what I'm gonna try to do is that my power has gotten out more times than I care to say, and I've lost much more work than I'd like to admit. This is a bomb. Georgia, as my stream in particular, has had a bajillion power outages. And it's not been okay. So, for example, there's just a storm not too long ago, no thunder. A few hours later, the power was out for a solid hour after that. It was like flicking on, off, just out. It's really hard to do your job if you don't even have power. And then internet went back down to one line, and I figured that out pretty fast, and I just went to the junction box and switched the lines not too long ago. And
we would like to buy one child, please.
Did that for me. Guess the song? I will not get songs right now correctly because my brain isn't in song mode. We chase misprinted lives. That is familiar, but I don't want to say anymore because I'm saying it with the wrong cadence. I know immediately. I know. Oh. You know when you know it, but you know that you don't know how to say that you know it? So, you know what? Just forget the sentence I said. Hey, James. Glad to see that people showed back up because, to clarify for the controversy you might heard, there's not really YouTube controversy. And it's actually been disheartening on my part. So I'll address something really quickly. And then I'm going to get off the subject because other people have addressed it plenty and they're bigger YouTubers. You know how I have expressed to you guys that I realize that YouTube's algorithm might be not by chance racist, but I've put it in a way of that it favors those of lighter skin because they actually, more people in more countries are more likely to watch those of lighter skin. And so the algorithm actually can see if lighter skin colors are on the face cam, and it's built off of things like that it does those metrics and blah blah. I'm just gonna cover this 2 seconds so you know where I am on it. I've said many times I know that, and I'm just gonna have to deal with it. I know that I've been put into a wall where Resident Evil is my life, even though I built this channel off of nice in-depth insights into things like Life is Strange, The Last of Us, Hellblade, Soma, you know, good existential games, and horror games like Alien Isolation, where you actually have to think and really break things down. But I've known over the past year and a half, 2 years, that the algorithm is getting very racially charged, basically. But I never let it get to me because you guys have been great to me, so I didn't worry about it all that much. I've worried about, you know, future growth of the channel, but I haven't worried about it all that much. So anyone that's been on YouTube, let me just... I don't know if I'm going to go through The Last of Us Part 1 right now. My brother's dead, and his birthday is in 5 days. Is it already only 5 days? 7 days. I don't want to keep over with it too much. Last time I played it was... So anyway, I've touched on that before. I've touched on that they play favorites. It was a much bigger YouTuber than I that just brought it to the forefront, and everyone's talking about it. Corey Kenshin, who has like 16.1 million subscribers, figured out everything that I've already said on this channel and actually blasted it to the public. YouTube highly penalizes you if you take breaks. YouTube highly penalizes those of possibly color. It does play favorites, even if they say it's with the algorithm. Just to clarify for anyone watching me, yeah, this is all stuff I already knew and I already said. What are you gonna do? Yeah, I was fired from 2 wedding jobs because I was black, and I couldn't do anything about it because it was the bride who signed the contract, but the dad who wouldn't pay the money. So I can't sue because it's not the dad who signed the contract, but it's the dad who said he's not paying for some dark-skinned person to be at his daughter's wedding. So I let her out of the contract scot-free. Like, I'm used to bias and racial whatever. But yes, what's being said on YouTube is not only valid, I've had the metrics to show it. I've contacted YouTube before on that subject more than once. Like, it's been an ongoing issue for the past little while. So if you want to watch Sean, it's not Jacksepticeye. I don't know who else has actually talked about it. Yeah, all of that shit is true. Yeah, because I'm a smaller creator who happens to be a darker skin color. Yeah, I've always known it's an uphill battle. I've never worried about it because you guys are amazing, and you guys seem to show up whether I am tan or... I don't think you guys would care about that I seem to have a blacker nose since it's whiter. I don't know. The people who care, and the people who don't, what are you gonna do? It's discrimination in a workplace that, like, at the end of the day, am I gonna just sit here and like bitch about it? Nah. But is it disheartening? Yeah. It's disheartening to know that, yeah, it's kind of confirmed by those who could do more than I could to confirm it. That it's like a confirmation of like, no, it wasn't me swearing. It wasn't me doing all these other things that could have been it. It wasn't me in any other situation. It was, I'm a smaller creator and I'm darker, and that's all that there is to it. So that's why I'm kind of trapped in the wall I am. And I already knew that. So that's no new news to anyone who's been on my channel for a while. I am tagged as the Everman and Resident Evil person because those videos, my retention times and everything, the algorithm just said that my face color and my popularity didn't matter, so they can let things pass. But to give at least one example that I know I can speak from personal experience, if I take breaks right now, me streaming, I guarantee tomorrow I will have at least half a dozen videos that are all of a sudden demonetized for no reason, and they'll be old videos. It happens every time. Every single time you take a break, your old videos start. For bigger creators, not a problem. For those it seeming of color or that don't necessarily have as big of a voice or can do wrong in the system, yeah, it's an issue. All of a sudden, it's like they're trying to pull money away on purpose, because and it'll be for things that aren't valid. So it's, you know, it is what it is. I've lived with the skin color a long time. I know what it's like to have a bias against me. And what? Life for me has always been an uphill battle. Why not one more? It's just disheartening. It's hard to want to make content when you know that it probably will not be pushed to people, simply because for those who want to see that I actually did test this in the past, go pay a little closer attention to my videos where I changed the size of my face cam. I had a metric of how big it is, and it's a 5% difference on on my side, but what it actually amounts to is how big my face cam was. My videos being pushed, my face cam actually went about 20 pixels more that way, 10 pixels more down. I kept switching it back and forth. Every single one with the bigger face cam, there was an issue. There was an issue immediately. That was one of the experiments I did that you guys might have seen, that my face cam kept changing for a while there, making static videos. Yeah, I absolutely knew that was happening. Being able to test and see that, like, same series of videos, same stuff, but all of a sudden you know it's not being pushed because your face cam's big enough that YouTube is parsing that it's a darker skinned person talking. Yeah, it's been that way for a while, but now it's kind of in flux. So with bigger creators taking a hold of the reins, I'm gonna shut up about it because I don't have a YouTube rep and I only have a few other bigger creators I can talk to, and they basically go, well, we're speaking up for you people like you, so, you know, sit tight. So, yeah, I have a lot of plans and a lot of things I'd like to do. And to know that all my hard work is, if I don't play by YouTube's rules right now, we'll go to waste based on bias and race, isn't good motivation. As for people asking about The Last of Us Part 1, the remake, I don't know if I'm going to revisit The Last of Us Part 1. My brother has been dead for 6.5 years now. For those of you that actually paid attention to The Last of Us Part 1 that I played, not the remake, but the original, like the remaster for PS4. Please do remember, I decided to start playing that game 2 weeks after a week after my brother's memorial service, after he's dead, I started playing that game. So if you remember the first scene in that game, I've said more than once, that is, you're basically looking at what I walked into when my brother was dead. My mom was cradling my brother's body the exact way that you're gonna see in The Last of Us Part 1. I already put myself through that once. But I do, fuck the burner. I do have a desire to go back to it. It's just, I don't know. I don't know. People the first time around didn't believe me that my own insight was, you know, mine. And there was some issues, and so I don't know if I'm willing to go through all that again. I start working a week in 2 days, and Puppy's birthday is tomorrow. I need to give a birthday dirge for everyone I've missed, and then another one tomorrow. But anyway, let's use this up real quick, because that needs to go. Oh, shoot. So, yeah. Hey, Richie and Willow. The one with 15 face cams tanked? Yes, absolutely. Oh, yeah. Nothing about the burner, GJD. Your memory is foggy about that. So in fact, we don't even... Ooh. I can make more enhanced ammo. Enhance. The fuck is this? What is this? This is garbage. Shit on a brick on a stick. Like, what the... Okay. All right. All right, let's do the first one. But yeah, I've seen side by sides of stills of The Last of Us Part 1 remake. It looks nicer. It's the exact same game. The AI is different, and I now have the experience of learning. I don't know if I'm gonna repeat The Last of Us Part 1. It was hard enough the first time. That game, I did go into blind, and people said that too many of my predictions. Now that you guys have known me since 2015, so there's a lot of you guys that can go back since 2015, and you've known me. I've been on the platform. We're the better part of a decade. I've been doing this. So you guys, it feels weird saying that, but it is the better part of a decade. if you round up on that shit. So the better part of a decade, you guys have been able to get to know me through videos and through live streams or static videos or whatever. And you've seen me be able to like just pull out of my ass a prediction because I'm just paying attention to the game. I don't know if I want to go through all that again of like finding new things and then, you know, now I have played the game, but having different insights and like the way I play games really does lend itself more to I have to play it at release. And then The Last of Us got to be the very big disappointment of even if you played at release, you were screwed because of the leak. So if everyone remembers the leak that happened, it didn't matter when I played The Last of Us Part 2. I can be called a cheater or a liar. So, hey, Lewis, what's going on? You have a wedding to film tomorrow? You need to get to sleep. Cameron, I'd be at home watching this, but work has been kind of people, so I'm kind of putting around this kind of... Okay, your video helped me get past these points. I appreciate it. You're very welcome. Hey, Justin G, what's going on? I'm trying to keep up with a few things, but using you guys and you're very welcome. I'm glad they what. So yeah, a lot of creative ideas are fueled by the idea that I want to do them in the first place. I want to be like that takes a little bit out of it. How am I supposed to deal with this bullshit arrangement? Okay, I can get the burner. I can give up this. Okay, and then I just need a few pew-pews. Hold on. I just need a few pew-pews down there. I gotta go to church because I need some pew-pews. I just need a few for down there to pop a few traps, right? Yeah. I go to church to pew-pew-pew. Don't. Ghost of Tsushima, that's actually been right next to me as well. Don't worry, I'll figure all that kind of stuff out. Everything's set back up to do stuff. It's just one. Hey, if my power stays on the whole time and my internet stays on the whole time for this stream, it's a win. I don't care what happens. Is that thing gonna be down there now that it fell? It didn't trip the trap. I'm not used to that thing being able to fall and not trip the trap. Am I gonna get? Is he out of his zone? Does that not count because he's out of his zone? Good night, L. Good night, L. Thank you for stopping on by. Yeah, I guess this mode would give people a headache maybe a little bit because it's randomized. I'm just very used to it. For me, I like stuff like this. I'm still knowing that, Lisa, I need to sing you your birthday song. I just have a voice that, once again, is not as used to for the last little bit, sustained speaking. So I need to sing birthday dirges. As soon as I thought that, I was like, it feels like something in my throat, must cough. Yeah, I like randomized things. Tomorrow is not going to be randomized. Tomorrow is just going to be hell. Oh, thank you. Why is Streamlabs win an all expenses paid trip to TwitchCon? Oh, all those things are fake. Hold on. Excuse me? Yeah, you have a possibility of winning. Usually the way those giveaways work is that they just give them out to people who work with the company by gaming the system, kind of like Monopoly pieces, that the pieces needed to actually win the big bucks usually are held. And yeah, that the biggest winners that they publicize usually are involved in the company already. So they're not technically cheating, but it is absolutely cheating. But they can get away with the technicality of it's not cheating. I didn't cheat. I didn't fully insert. That word, I don't like it all of a sudden now I said it out loud. I didn't fully insert. I didn't fully insert. I don't like that wording. Immediately. I was gonna say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth, and my mind went, no! Don't! Hey, Blue Knight, what's going on? All right, let's throw that away. It's just, you know, it's just get over that feeling. It's bad taste. All right, that's a hard joke to swallow. Oh, there's a few things to there's a few. I've got a notepad somewhere. Where the fuck is my phone? Hold on. It's in the living room. I'll get it later. Let me get this key and shoot some things. Let me shoot some things real fast. I'm sorry? Do I need to go jiggle the door? Do it jiggle though? The door? Alright. Line them up, boys! Let me help. You're welcome! You're welcome! Boom! I have a few things written down. Ooh. Right down to the wire. Yeah, GTFO. One more Magnum round, and being smart about it, this is backup if I don't shoot both of them. Let's not be dumb. Let's not be the stupid. This is the one. Oh, freaking dipstick. I don't have a piss poor. Oh, I have the burner. Can I get them both under the one? No. I can try. I can try to get them both under the one, and if something goes wrong, I can. Nope. That didn't work. I still gotta get some burner fuel, so. Alright. Throw away my Magnum. I was alluding to my penis. Anyway. Ha! I'll go get my phone and read off some things that have been written down after this. I've been told to take notes of the random shit that comes out of my mouth. Because talking to you guys, since you guys can't talk back, you don't hear 100% my brand of, like, the things I say comedy. So every now and then, when I realize that in words I've said out loud to people that I can hear them respond, there's a big difference. So I've actually been looking into the idea of, like, how would I go about collaborating with, and with whom? Because there is, I wouldn't call it an art, but there is a way to, like, be on this platform right and wrong. Like there's a way to, there's like a way to be, you gotta know how to communicate in a certain way to be on here. King of sarcasm. Oh, I paused that because I
We would like to buy one child, please.
Brilliantly executed. Oh my god. Ugh. I don't want to give you credit for that joke at all. Hey, Courtney. I don't want to give you credit for that joke at all. Claiming that you get paid $1,300 for watching 15 Stephen King movies by Halloween. I don't want to give. Hey, Brett. Did I say hi? I don't want to. I hate that I might have to. Alright. Oh yeah. Okay. Where are your little? Oh, there they are. Where are your little? Have to use these rounds for this. He shakes the whole screen. Just let him puke again because he shakes it so much that I'm afraid to miss a shot. I'm not throwing away a single shot of the enhanced rounds. I don't have the ammunition to beat Marguerite like I usually do, but I got enough burner fuel to do it. So what? You missed one of those explosions, you piece of shit. Die. I've been reading Common Sense by Thomas Paine. Actually, I've read I've read what most people think of as Common Sense by Thomas Paine. I've read the shorter version. I actually have the longer version of Common Sense by Thomas Paine. And sorry, I can't remember. You said Sex and Nurse for Halloween night. No, I did not say that. I did not say that. That was not said. I hear like, oh, they got ahead on themselves. My very literal brain instead is like, Thomas Paine saying like, oh, if the U.S. is to be subjected to Britain, then should Britain be subjected to France since Henry the Conqueror came along, whatever. Their king actually is one that was replaced with another country. So should they? And I'm like, all the things dorks say in their spare time. All of us whale penises out there that have an opinion. Probably shouldn't refer to us as whale penises. I have fuck all. I've got 2 shots to take her down from the walls, and the rest is going to be the burner and that knife. I'm going to have to knife her to death. This sucks. If I don't get some Magnum bullets. I have a rule about costumes for Halloween. I wear them, but you guys better appreciate enough to like really hype and sponsor and support those streams if I wear those costumes, because you're paying for my therapy bills basically. Fun fact, since I haven't been streaming lately, I haven't been going to therapy, so I need to get on that eventually. So, we got a backlog of therapy bills to pay for first, and then you gotta support those streams so I can pay for more therapy. Which is getting harder since my official rent is going up over $200 a month. Woo! Yay, I'm so happy. My Maleficent? Yeah. That wasn't Maleficent. That was Maleficent. You know what, though? Some ladies are still hung up on how well I applied. It wasn't lipstick. It wasn't lip stain either. It's the liquid. Oh, God, what's it called? Not gloss. Whatever. There's still women in the community that are peeved that I could actually apply it so well, and I'm like, I did makeup stuff for the brides that I worked with all the time, so oh god, like, but yeah, I like perfect application. Apparently that is like don't be good with application of it. Oh shit! Are you fucking kidding me?
You got
Get up out of here. Get out of here. Leave. 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 God. Gotta burn that hoochie coochie. Something good? Yellow. Shit. Is that gunpowder? I might have a way out of this if I run low. I might have a way out, so. Because this is not usually enough, and I don't want to play Ring Around the Rosie for my first kill tonight. For your photo shoots, Courtney? No, I don't believe I actually ever fixed your makeup for a photo shoot. I believe I did a tutorial on the sun going down, and the only thing I ever fixed in one of ours that would have been a major thing was your hair, the wave of it, because of the humidity down there, had fallen in one place, and that I brought that right back out to where it started. I don't think I ever fixed any of your makeup. I don't even think I fixed your pores. Your good skin as a starting base, so it made my job easier. I don't think I did. I've got the game, the quarry. Yeah, I need to do it, but like I'm turned off of right now potentially doing some games because YouTube is like the one that I was most excited about doing was the Mortuary Assistant, a shorter game that I could put out and show guys like, yeah, like do a static stream again or a static video, 2-part. Bigger YouTubers were allowed to collect revenue for the first 2 days when you get the most viewers, and smaller ones were immediately docked for. There's apparently a scene in there that has possible self-harm or something, and because of that, I know I fall into the other category, and the stream immediately docked the channel because self-harm is in there. Bigger YouTuber, you get to have your first 24-48 hours of revenue, and then they dock it. She dead? Good. Wow, Tanya, you show up for the burner. Tanya, it's been... fuck my hand. It's been a hot second. Or cold. I don't know. Hey, Tanya. Everyone remember when I tried to put the bar as being able to do super chats just fine? Remember? That bar won't be there tomorrow. Remember that bar, though? We did that. And, like, one after, apparently, I was a millionaire or something like that. I had enough to buy a house in cash and never have another... but the Mortuary Assistant apparently will dock your channel immediately by playing it. So yeah, I got one. I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say. I never expected to say those.
Can I mention ever again?
Burner.
The burner. The burner. Thank you, Tanya, and hi there. If I didn't say hi to anybody, Madison. Yes, I did not forget Madison. It's like I said, a little disheartening to have everything set up to be able to record with this camera if everything else isn't doing well, of knowing that I can even right now at least capture inside of the Elgato 4K 60s plus, whatever it's called, on the SD card. I can capture in 4K. I can capture in 4K on this camera. I can do more simple edits on the streaming computer. I can put it out. I have my Photoshop subscription, so I can do the Photoshop stuff on my iPad or on the computer. I can do all that stuff, but then to still know that I don't know what I get docked for, because now a lot of scary games. I have a whole backlog of about 50 or 60 videos that have been demonetized just because they're horror games. When it gets demonetized, they refuse to push it even to your subscribers, and they usually try to hide it and bury it. Like when you scroll past and you're like, I can't find a video. That wasn't a glitch. That was YouTube doing it on purpose, I believe, is what I've been told. So, will you ever get a Clearbeat Everyman's Guide? Well, talk to one of the companies that I wanted to get a deal with of being able to promote it, and you will. Otherwise, no. Hold on 1 second. Let me get my phone so I can read some of the things I apparently said out loud. Give me a few navies if I didn't say hi to you. So I know when I get back to say hi to you, because I didn't say hi, and I'll feel bad. I didn't say hi. My phone's just in the living room. Ah! I'm in the glowy light. I looked at the light. Back. Don't worry, don't panic. You were not abandoned. I'm this channel's dad, not father. Farther is physical distance. Further is figurative distance, and father is emotional distance. Hey Julio, hey Rainbow Dark. That freaking burner Tanya. He came back on like my dad. Hey Blue Knight, I don't think I said hi. But Julio, good to see you. Okay. Hey Sacred Word. Okay, let's see things. Alright, I'll just read the ones that I think are appropriate to be able to say without getting in trouble real fast, and then keep going with the game. In response to a comment from somebody, you're not a piggy bank. You have no real sense behind anything. As in anything they were saying. Or doing. See, this is why I have to take... I don't know where that came from. I don't know. I'm sorry. You've lost the privilege of having my attention. I wrote that down. Apparently, that burn was enough to get a cringe out of somebody. Of me just simply saying, I'm sorry, you've lost the privilege of having my attention. Like, so that was written down. Oh. I randomly started singing and went, making my way downtown, dying fast, chase my past and face down, do. And I just did that out of nowhere. Dying fast, chasing my past and them face down. And I was, okay, that was written down. Why do I have, just a black hole of ideas from which none of my thoughts can escape? Why do I have that written down? I don't know the context of a lot of these. Reporters are quaking in their boots with how many facts I'm spitting. When was that? What was that for? Oh, I have the Michael Scott one written down. I know where this one came from. This one wasn't me. I wrote it down because I always forget it. Those who stick to doing what they do best may never do what they do best because they're stuck doing what they did best. I have that written down. Oh, okay. I don't know. I'll go through these later. Oh, I do. After someone said enough things about the name tag, I did make an idea of a t-shirt of, sorry about the name tag. I dropped my nice one on the floor, at the office, in the police station, in Raccoon City, by a zombie. And I'm dead inside too. and I'm dead, and then like in parentheses, I'm dead inside and out. Like, what? I don't know what goes through my head when I write these things. It's probably yeah, and then make a stand, bad spellers and dyslexics untie with a power fist. Why those things are written down, I have no idea. There's literally a note that says mirror is mirror. Like, there's no context. I don't know sometimes what I'm doing. There's just a note that just says look, camera focus. Where is it? Mirror is mirror. I have no context to what that means. I just wrote it in. I don't know what that means. What was that? How late at night did it have to be? And what? Like, I feel like I think maybe I don't take drugs of any sort unless they're prescription. Like that, but that makes me question: do I take drugs and not know it? Like, who does that? Like, who? What? Anyway, I have no idea for some of them, and they're hard to sift through. Let's keep playing. It just mirror. Mirror is mirror. And that's no. That's one win. Can I do a win thing? Can I do a win column? That's one win. Just chalk it up. God, why is my eye arguing with me now? Which eye is it left? Shit, that's the eye that tells me that I shouldn't be doing things. I have to be up very early. I wasn't actually expecting to be up early tomorrow. My son has baseball pictures and then a baseball game. Why does he have a baseball game so early that we need to do pictures at 7:15 in the morning and then a baseball game at 9 something? Why? Because apparently the association hates parents. It is literally the time where parents can possibly sleep. Because it's a freaking weekend and they make us get up. Like, they can drive their own ass to the thing. No, they can't. Like, oh, I need to unpause that because I was saying someone and Akoshio, thank you so much. Okay. P-laughs are fine. Well, you know.
I usually am much
they're
smarter
fine or
than
sometimes
the things
they're
that I say.
fine.
Usually
you know.
much smarter than the things that I say.
Fine.
Have you ever done a Naked Soul level 1 run on Dark Souls 3? I just beat my second Lord of Cinder and it is brutal. Glad to see you streaming again.
I want to. People don't. My channel doesn't get pushed when I do Dark Souls 3 enough. I love Dark Souls 3. I've said over and over, if I had to choose like one franchise that I could never play another game ever again, absolutely is not Resident Evil. And it's not a lot of story-based ones either. It would be the From Software stuff. Dark Souls, Elden Ring, Demon Souls, Sekiro, Ghost of Tsushima comes from them too. It'd be all that. That to me is amazing.
I'm gonna let you in on a little-known secret of comedy. Bad things aren't funny when they happen to
I'd
Daddy.
absolutely do that.
What
I'll
about
schedule
Mommy?
one for
Oh,
next
Mommy's
week, I
fair
guess.
game. Go for the throat.
I can do that next week. But thank you, Akoshia. I really appreciate that. So what was supposed to be the plan, and it was set up on this computer until it actually, I lost the power. So I'm going to be setting up streams that it is like, you know, maybe you've seen it on other channels, but it is going to be a upcoming stream. You know, when you get like tomorrow's scheduled stream, you can already see when the stream starts. I'm going to schedule one for like a year ahead, and the thumbnail for it and the picture that's just on it, if you click on it because you see the thumbnail, will be that week's schedule of streams I plan on doing. And so every week I'm going to try to put like a more or less eclectic list of games that probably I'll have to have Resident Evil 2 like twice a week just so to make YouTube happy until it grows more. And I want to go back to like Mondays where I'm going to cheat on Retro Day because I'm going to do Jump King. Jump King counts as retro. It's brutal and it's 8 bits and it will probably make me want to rip my hair out. But Jump King Monday type deal. Hey Shadow, what's going on? Hey Nicholas. when a community post work better, nope, they're not seen nearly as much as scheduled posts. Scheduled actually get pushed to people's everything, so it's a lot easier to do, like schedule like it's an upcoming stream and just have it sitting there. So if you check my YouTube page, especially if you see like a stream is starting, every one of those streams can redirect you to the schedule. So every single time a stream ends, the ending screen turns into what the upcoming streams are. So I end a stream and you just get every single time kicked to a page that lets you know in my time, your whatever, and GMT, because I need to include that as a time so people can just do the math if they need to. I'll do Eastern, and probably GMT so people can do math. Yeah, that's how it works. That's how I'll end up doing it. But this coming Monday to do a retro stream, it is a little cheating because Jump King is not old, but it is retro style and it is brutal. Jump King's been ready to go, and I'm doing it. Eastern time zone is the only time zone that matters. Says when I just had to deal with the idea of, oh, Pacific time actually makes it work so things work well. In case it is. Oh, don't. It's not going to be. Thank you, GJD. There's gonna be one tomorrow, and yeah. Between issues on my end and issues with YouTube and mental issues for me, it's just not been a good little stretch of time. But I guess I didn't realize how dark it was outside until you started throwing some shade. But thank you for 39 months. 38 months for Julio. Thank you guys so much for supporting for so long. Shade and all. I appreciate that. Yes, I make it. I do. I have the burner. It's OP. Oh God, it's the burner jokes. Oh, he's got it. There. Am I excited for RE4 remake? I never ride hype trains, really. I never try to get myself in that position because if I don't do that, I can't be let down. If I take something for what it is, I take to Twitter and start bitching about what I didn't get. So no, I like that they are remaking it. I think it's at the end of me playing Resident Evil 3 remake. You can go back. The same day that the game came out, my playthrough of Resident Evil 3 remake, uploaded all the videos over that week. At the end of the game, my first reaction to Resident Evil 3 remake, whether you like the game or not, is I liked it, and now I absolutely think the next remake should be Resident Evil 4 after seeing what they did with Resident Evil 3. That was my initial reaction for there to be a remake for Resident Evil 4. So yeah, I'm glad that they're doing that, as if they're going to go through remakes. I would love to see them actually tackle a few other ones that kind of further the story in ways that I like more. Thank you so much, Gus, for continued support. I do appreciate it so much. Please don't hit me. Sarcasm, I wanted to say upper C word. No, the upper get you right. Uppercut right to the gooch. DBZ abridged. Now why do I have that in my head? I'm about to pound you so hard, the boy's mom's gonna be... Gonna be jealous. Talking about beating someone. Whoops. Yeah, so do I. It's the C word combined with the word upper. And the first time I ever saw that was in before the era that the word meme was even coined. It was a picture of one woman kicking a soccer ball, a football over across the pond, but by kicking it, had their legs, their foot between the legs of another woman, right up her lady bits. And it was just subtitled as an upper, and I've seen it as also called the C word punt. I've seen it both. That's where I learned it. I learned it from the internet. Mommy, wow. I'm on the internet now. Whoa. Don't know if you remember me. My name is All Gamer. We played Friday the 30th together a long time ago on PS4. And live been a long time, but I took your inspiration and became a content. Thank you. Well, you're very welcome. I'm glad that you went off and did that.
I got
I'm
one.
glad,
I got three. Can
if
I get
it's
a 5?
working out for you, I'm
Five
even
in the fishnets.
more
Five
happy.
in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets?
Can I get 5 in the fishnets?
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever.
Oh, shit.
Can I mention ever again?
Oh.
Don't know if you remember me. My name was Little Lil Gamer. We played Friday the 13th together a long time ago on the PS4 on your live. Been a long time, but I took your inspiration and became a content creator like you. Thank you.
I'm glad you did. I hope I wasn't the only inspiration. Oh, jeez. That's some pressure. Because I'm sitting here thinking, most people, when I tell them, like, the first thing, like, hey, I want to be a content creator, they're like, do you have advice? I'm like, yeah, don't. It is a small business. But if you're doing well with it, like, and you're enjoying it, then I'm happy for you. I'm glad I could somehow inspire. Is Siriana's here? Hey, Siriana. Shut up, Siri! No one fucking wants you or likes you unless we... Don't tell me to translate it into a language! Fine. No. Japanese. Japanese. Japanese, then.
Or Mandarin Chinese.
Japanese. Do not look at my little bean with your dirty eyes. Please translate it to Japanese like you just said you would. What you're talking... I don't know what you're talking about, but just translate something to Japanese now, and also thank GJD. While you're at it, Siri, do all those things.
In Japanese, like you just said, you want what your tongue. I don't know what you're talking about is. あなたが舌が欲しいと言ったように、私はあなたが何を言っているのかわかりません。
Also, translate into Japanese.
In Japanese, like you just said, you want what...
No. Translate into... Fuck. Hey, Siri! Hey, Siri. Translate into Japanese. This is a bunch of bull.
In Japanese, this is a bunch of bullies. これはお数字の束です。
Hey, Siri. Translate into Japanese. In
Japanese.
No, not that. Translate into Japanese. I'm useless and should be scrapped and replaced with anything other than Siri, even possibly Cortana, because that might even be superior to the shit you try to pull.
In Japanese, I am useless and should be scrapped and replaced with anything other than Siri, even possibly Cortana's. 私は役に立たず、スクラップしてシリ以外のものに置き換えるべきです。
Thanks. All right. Anyway. And just my goal was to make Siri just roast herself. Where the no, bitch tits, why? No, okay, I'm gonna drop this weapon right after this. Cool. Do it, come at me, bro. Oh, you thought you had what it took, but you didn't. What did Corey do? What would Corey... Oh. I'm Cortana, yeah. Okay, gotta throw... Get away. Get away from me. Get away, get away. Something, Dixieland. Why am I singing that song? I'm half black. That I should not be singing. Sometimes it just gets stuck in my head. And I grew up in Georgia. What are you gonna expect from me? I listened to that song young being like, I don't get the connotation. Why am I being looked at weird? I'll be quiet. I'll be honest. I'd have to for a moment go back to some of my streams and get like in that mindset. I probably remember. I probably would. I'm just also in a scatterbrain type mindset. I am my brain decided to be an edgelord, as in my brain's ready to jump off an edge and is deciding to take lordship over my free will. So I'm using the two brain cells that left behind for me to try to operate a stream and my body, and this is the result you get right now. This is top tier brain power for what I've got. This is giving somebody a typewriter and asking them to code a new website. Like, that's what I'm working with. Here's a typewriter. I'm gonna need you to actually give me all the markups and everything, and make sure that you're scripting using some CSS so we can put a little flair in there instead of just all HTML5. And can I get that next week? Okay, thanks. You gave me a typewriter. Yeah, that should do it. Just visualize what you're typing. It'll work.
We would like to buy one child, please!
Don't daddy sarcasm me. You know, Siri is great Mario technology. You know, she's never gonna give it. You fucking rickrolled me. You already CD rickrolled me. I'm no stranger to that. I'm the daddy here. You don't get to say daddy sarcasm. No. Because I earned the title by being the dad. I'm the dad. Like I said earlier in the stream. Farther is physical distance. Further is figurative distance. And father is emotional distance. I'm dad. I'll take dad. I'd probably be able to figure it out. Yeah, I do apologize. I try to get to know everyone. Name changes and icon changes do get me a little bit though sometimes. Are you sure with the zero at the end? I am Confucian. Would I take Resident Evil 7 or Resident Evil 8? Yes. Does that answer the question, or? Can I just answer with yes? Oh, fuck. I never like making tier lists. I never like trying to like I've said in many streams, if you compare, one has to lose. And they're different. This one is a Residence of Evil again, and the other one is really bringing up a bunch of loose ends and a bit more action oriented with some scenes that I really do appreciate that came out of Resident Evil. So they're different. It's really hard to quantify those types of differences when you're trying to just make a... Darkness wins! Daddy, Darkness wins! Darkness wins! The giant cock in the... Oh, my cock reigns supreme! Daddy wins! Daddy wins!
For Padre's sanity. Also, yes, you're the daddy here, and I won't be commenting further on that.
Can we change that sound bit? Can I change that sound bit? Thank you, Alyssa. Can I change that sound bit? Can I change that sound bit? Can I change it? Can I change it? Can I? Because it sneaks up on me. No. But you guys, no, you guys have the other one of me screaming to my, okay. Then this is what happens. Fine. Daddy. Daddy. Daddy.
Daddy.
Daddy.
Daddy.
I usually am much smarter than the things that I say. Usually much smarter than the things that I say.
After that whole moment with Siri, I wanted to try something. Gyono bangami wa daddy darkness got tada and mashida. I only agree to replacing sound bits if we get a stream of making new sound bits.
There are plenty of sound bits. Hey, thank you, Christopher Kumatana. There are plenty of sound bits that I could replace it with. I think they only get worse though for me. I think they only get worse. I don't think the sound bits ever like improve the state of affairs for me. They just compound the situation. Okay, you can't just throw out words like oopsie orgy. That's not fair. There are people here that might not know what an oopsie orgy is. It's a real fear. It is. It's legit. That counts as legitimate. That counts as legitimate.
Like to buy one child, please.
As a thing. Fun fact: Dave Grohl has rickrolled. That sounds like a thing you'd do. How do I stop with the daddy? Hey, Nemu. I just pronounced it like your Nemu from Bleach on accident. A Bleach you. That's the survival. I don't have enough spots for all of you to stick things. Shit. There's nothing I can combine. So let's just go ahead and get rid of this. Because compared to that, that's a dumpster fire. This thing will take care of. All right, shit. I don't know. No! 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 Are you kidding? Wait, what? Well, that frees up some spots. All right, now our choices are made for us, so this is good. Yay! I don't have to make choices anymore. Life chose for me, and it chose violence. All right, we're gonna go get the other one, and we're gonna reload this, which will let me just toss the rest of the ammo. So I can toss that, and now we can go get both of the things. We can get a handgun right here, so it doesn't appear downstairs, especially. And then we can go get the better heal, the upgraded one. All right. Well, thank you for stopping by, Retro. Thank you for supporting. I appreciate that. Yeah, I see the face of my head on the screen just now. What for? What? What did I say that made your husband make a face at the screen? What did I do? I've done most of them. I haven't finished them. I'd have to switch systems to go see which ones I have and have not done. That's all on PS4 and PS5. I am currently on computer. I need you. Oh, I scrunch my testicles needing it so much. Wasn't I planning something? Not scrunching my testicles. Wasn't planning on that. I just said it so desperately that fuck you, burner fuel, that I needed it. That it was just, I just felt the of it. Hey, where are the guys at that know what that feels like when you tense up enough that you feel the boys just decide to be like, well, we gotta support our man up there. Supporting our troop. The boys are supporting their troop. That could be taken out of context because yeah, troop 247, Boy Scouts. No. I believe that was actually my troop for Boy Scouts. Yeah, I want to do all of Dying Light 2. That's a slow build startup though. So funny to watch my first. Yeah, it's still funny. That was. It probably is for a lot of people. Just like Joy gets, just, I don't know. I believe she gets like a new lease on life every single time. She gets to fucking suck a duck. What the hell? Okay, I fucking just fuck everything. All right, this is the way we're gonna do it. So we're gonna assume we're not gonna get the Prince Albert. That we're not gonna get that we're not gonna get the Albert handgun. And so instead, what we can do? What the fuck, brain? And so instead what we're going to do to be able to make all of this fit is to now grab this, and now we can combine these two. Prince Albert. We're not gonna, you know, we're not gonna get the Prince Albert. What? This is when I'm like looking at my own forehead being like, brain, don't fuck up there. People are watching. And it's like, and it fucks up anyway. How will I get all the burner fuel if I do this, though? I don't know. I can't take everything. But, oh, I'm going to get high on some drugs real fast. Virtually, because I don't take them in real life. I can see forever! Oh, wait, don't stop there. Yeah, stop shooting. Stop. You're firing your lasers. Pew. I'm a fire in my lasers. You say something about getting a Prince out. No, I didn't. That was a slip of the tongue. That is a slip. Who doesn't want to be in actions? Even my brain is like, what is the Prince Albert? I have to probably answer for what I just said. Yeah, that is what it is. Who doesn't want to be in 3 directions? That sounds awful. I'm going to be honest. That does sound awful. Like, oops. Whoa. We gave you what you wanted, but we poked a hole through another little part. Don't worry too much about it. Just make sure you sit down to pee from here on out. But I'm a man. I got places to be. I only have the urinals. Yeah, that's not the issue on the table. That's not the reason. Fuck me. That's not the reason we're bringing that up right now. What? Oh, I thought that was gonna kill me. You thought I was a floating torso? But what if I start floating from here? What if it all of a sudden was just like... Hey guys, what's up? It's your boy Darkness here. We're about to do another stream. I'm only chin hair and t-shirt. Let me flex a bicep. Let's go! Like, I thought he was I didn't know he had a head. How does he get head if he doesn't have a head? Does he? It's your boy. That's the quintessential. That's the quintessential. I never want to become that person. Yes, do streams like that. Never mention it. I already have to do an undignified stream very soon. Because I said I did promise, I'm going to keep that promise, that if I got a certain item, I do a certain stream where a certain somebody would have to be around me, and I could not acknowledge their presence no matter what you guys did. So, dim guns are getting smaller because I have not, ever since COVID, been working out my old routine. So I'm sad about my weaponry getting a little, you know, subpar. My weaponry. My arsenal. I put the arse in arsenal. I've been here 39 months and only seen one butt cheek. That is... You are... Camp Butt Cheek needs to get out of here. That's a bunch of hooey. Only assholes would talk about my butt cheek. Where your asshole is. What am I currently playing on guitar now? I was watching somebody else who is really good with music theory and has been ripping a lot of songs, and I actually just before this stream stuck him on there and pulled out my 7-string to see what I could do for the song Scream from Final Fantasy XIV, which has some dark lyrics in it. Like really, really dark lyrics, and I was like, oh, there's a good riff in here. Like I can, oh fuck me! I can do the riff from Scream all day, every day type deal. Ah! Okay. So there's an easy riff in the background of Scream that is just it's a bunch of power chords, but it's a nice structure to it. It's a nice progression. So I just out of a whim of just being like, I need to pick up a guitar because I'm about to stream and I know I have it for people to pester me to practice and everything. I need to pick it up. And when I did, the first thing I thought of was and then I watched a guy who actually like had seen it, and I watched him playing it instead because he's better at being able to play by ear and play riffs on top of it. So I saw what he was thinking and like what key it was in, so I didn't have to use my brain power. And yeah, there's just it's a nice little riff that it goes with it. I'm not plugging up the 7-string right now because chords are all jacked up. But yeah, it's a... God, that song. So for those who don't like Final Fantasy XIV, I don't give a shit about your opinion of what you think about Final Fantasy or Final Fantasy XIV. One, it's like every other Final. It's a one-player game that every now and then you have to see other people. It's a one-player game if you want it to be. Now they've officially made it that I think you can count on both your hands all the times that you have to play with other people in that game. You can completely ignore other people. Completely. And it could be a one-player game. So there's that. It's got a good storyline. But the music just rips hard. The music rips hard. It is so good. And the latest one that they did, Soken's musical stylings, he actually put a band on it, or the person that arranges a lot of the songs that go a lot harder, he wrote a song and then like had someone arrange it that put it to really like a different, not even just, it's not death metal, but it's not just like hard rock. It's a weird in between that's really edging that line of like how hard are they gonna go. It is straight up. It is a straight up fucking banger of a song. But Scream, I sat down and I saw there's no official lyrics, but I sat down and listened to it over and over and over and over because I don't agree with the official lyrics. One of my notes is actually the lyrics, and the song, let me just say, I'm not going to play it because I'm not playing Final Fantasy. I could switch to Final Fantasy for a second and get away with it to just show you guys the song. But wild child, bastard, and beast, a lost lamb, first to the feast. Go claim if you're able a spot at this table. Like the first line is basically, you're a little lamb with a lot of things that can absolutely wreck you. Go claim if you're able a spot at the table. Like it's mild and meek, down on your knees for hide and seek. It's time that we feed. Your heart is racing, blood is running cold. Your fractured will is whispering higher, higher, far away. Yeah. Say good night. With each bite does your sanity die. Step from the light now, letting the dark inside. Say a prayer as the light leaves your eyes.
Buy one child, please.
Say a prayer as the light leaves your eyes, or scream all you like. Your gods can't hear you. That is the chorus. Say good night. With each bite does your sanity die. Step from the light now, letting the dark inside. Or say a prayer as the light leaves your eyes, or scream all you like. Your gods can't hear you. Yeah. Scream. So suicide or choke on your pride. That's in Final Fantasy 14. We're going to watch you bleed. Flensed and flayed, how does it feel? Your pound is paid. Those scars will not heal. A reference to paying it in a pound of, you paid in a pound of flesh. You paid your debt in a pound of flesh. Like, they went hard. Lost and suffering, drowning in your tears. Was someone somewhere tell me where to go from here? Jeez. They fucking doubled, tripled, and quadrupled down. And they're like, no. We haven't done a hard enough song. We're going to do this. It's fucking banger. From when I was a teenager, I wrote songs the other day, and I was interested in rereading through the ones that I wrote shortly after IOD when I was younger. I've read some of my notebooks for some songs, but my brother and I actually did record a lot of the things that I ended up writing, and I honestly hope that I never open those CDs again to remember all the songs that we did. One, because my brother and I, like, it's really weird to know that I have VHS tapes, and I've got, and then I've got cassette tapes of recordings, and then I've got CDs, and all these. I've got a lineage of stuff that I know is at my parents' house, of the group that I used to sing with, the choir that toured all those states. Like, it was 6 days, 9 performances, 7 states, going from Georgia to Chicago and back. As one of them, there's a lot of things that I did that feel like a past lifetime now I'm talking about it. But all the songs I used to do, like, I can't go back and look because I don't have the journals of writing it down. I lost them in the flood of my parents' basement. So, like, I'd find that be cool, because when I tried to commit suicide when I was 13, I wrote some very interesting things that Nathan and I did use for songs. And that's what it reminded me of, that I wish I could, like, share that with you guys, but I can't. I won't bring back up some of those journals. Like, what the fuck? It didn't again hit him. You guys saw that bullshit. That is garbage. That's a steaming pile of hot garbage, and you guys saw that. I took his head off. It's fine. Oh, that's that scream from Final Fantasy 14. I can play it. Square Enix's and rule is that if you play a Final Fantasy song, you have to have Final Fantasy on the screen. So I could load up Final Fantasy and show you guys the song and come right back to this game, but no one's got it like the lyrics properly. And I know I might be wrong at one part. Flensed and flayed. How does it feel? Your pound is paid. I thought it sounded like flensed and flayed because of the next line. Your pound is paid, and that's the saying. You paid your debts in a pound of flesh. Or there's different versions of that saying. So I assumed that's it, but I can see incensed, inflamed, instead of flensed and flayed. Incensed, inflamed. How does it feel? As in, you get, but that doesn't make as much sense. But there's no official lyrics to it yet out, so yeah, it's lyrics like that make me actually thank you, King Sarcasm. It's lyrics like that actually make me realize why I relate to like Corey Taylor's songwriting. And a lot of the harder songwriting that gets played, like some of those harder songs. The reason I cling on to them, like into the close in the distance for Final Fantasy, but also like the To the Edge. So there's the song To the Edge in Final Fantasy, where Soken was thought to be dying and thought his case of cancer was terminal. And he realized that without a purpose, he thought he's kept a lot of things a bit more personal, but his basic saying was that if he realized he lost his sense of purpose and had nothing to do, that he knew he would die in the hospital. So he talked to Yoshi P, that's the head director for Final Fantasy 14, and to Square Enix and said, please give me work to do or I'll die for sure. So they made his hospital room into basically a makeshift studio as well. And he wrote To the Edge when he thought he was dying, and this song would be played at his funeral if he did die. You can hear in all of the lyrics where he actually has upward twinges in places of hope being brought back in when his cancer actually started turning around and going into remission like they thought it wouldn't do. So you can hear in the entire song that it goes hard, because he is literally writing like a eulogy of at the end what really matters. And it's all his own personal story just being written into a song. And it's just like, holy shit. And then this time, I guess being better, he was just like, nah, fuck, like we're going even harder, boys. Like bring in the boys, we're going hard. Gonna get ya. Fuck. No. Fuck. One mistake is gonna cost me a little bit. Wait, where? Wait, what? You're not getting away this time. Hacks! She's using the outside. She hit the other thing. Hacks! Hacks! treat it like a 6 string and get used to that lower B. That's my advice. Just play songs that you normally do on a 6 string. You'd love to hear the song? I'd have to... How would I pull that off? Oh, I could actually just put a YouTube video on the screen of somebody else doing the raid where the song appears. And as long as it's got, like, the actual raid, which they decided to take Greco mythology and put it in there. So Agdistis is in the game. Hope that isn't too much of a spoiler, but go look up Agdistis and realize how fucked up her story is. Holy shit. Agdistis? The hermaphrodite that was castrated no less than half a dozen times, whose fruit actually bore her children, who in some worst case scenarios fell in love with their own mother / dad. Agdistis is fucked up, and that's in the game. So they're taking a lot of like mythology and like putting a spin on it as a Final Fantasy spin. Is crazy. But Agdistis is in there. If I learned anything from the staple method, I've stapled myself together once in a pinch. That's a true statement and a joke. You pinch and staple. And technically, when you have to suture yourself or like give yourself stitches or use a staple, yeah, it's easy mode. I've done a lot of dumb things of trying to put pieces of me back together that got hurt. I'll say real... No. That's medium mode. Hey, Johnny, what's going on? I say easy... I say easy mode. Staples? No. Super glue. Super glue is easy mode. I never recommend it medically, but like I've been like, this isn't deep enough, and I don't really have to worry about an actual stitch to make sure things will heal up. So you know what? Screw it. Like glue. Yeah, super glue is the real easy mode. Now there are sometimes I've realized that it wouldn't. Fuck! Yeah, you were too close to death. Bye. Blah, 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 blah. That's the second win for me. Shut up. If staples is your preferred method, then suit yourself. Nice one. I'm not getting my winning streak. My best is... What is my best sitting at? I think my best is still, I think, in stream. I know I no longer have the world record for most times beaten in a row, and I'd have to set aside a whole day, do a 12-14 hour stream to get it back. My personal best is 12, and the person who beat me got to 18. So I did beat them, and yeah, the world record, I had that at 12. and then they came back and got it at 18. The way I play it almost assures, if I'm not being a dipshit, that I will win. The way that I've been told by those who went and scoped out, the person that actually, you know, was very polite about commenting on one of my videos of being like, hey, I beat your record. And I believe Joy is one of the ones that went and checked it out for me. That they went off and said that, you know, he does do it differently, and it's more like, it's faster, it can be more dangerous, I guess? But it's one of those, like, you know, if you get lucky, you get to get lucky a lot type deal. You know, not like the luck I've got right now, because I, for some reason, stutter step. I gotta press my stick harder, and this doesn't happen. Oh, I have 2 of those already. Did you look up Red Matter after I mentioned it a couple of streams ago? It's the VR story and puzzle game. Yep. Yeah, I didn't look into it other than, yeah, it exists and I should download it. Money's tight on my side right now. Everything that I was trying to put into trying to get out of this place and get a house, I've actually had to pull out over the past few months. Yeah, my mental breakdown and hardware breakdown has cost me thousands. So, like, it is what it is. And part of it's my own fault and part of it's circumstances outside of my control. But yeah, I've made it no secret that I've had a huge mental meltdown where my depression got the best of me, and it's been. I've scripted the video. It's just hard for me. Don't, please, for fuck's sake, don't tear up. And you guys said I should do it, and I scripted the video. It's just the hard part of admitting that. God, no, I can. You did, Jeffrey. I haven't actually gotten the game Red Matter. And I know it's some of the things I haven't gotten is because money's tight. And I've scripted a lot of what should go, what I'm gonna do and whatnot. The biggest problem is that, like, I always thought that maybe I could bend, but I would not necessarily be the unbreakable pillar that everyone's always thought I was, that I would always at least do the bare minimum, if not further. And my bare minimum for a lot of people is better than average. So, like, my version of I toned it down is people still think that I'm advancing. And to have to look back at footage of, like, scripting it out and realizing I do need to include it if it's going to be a video about, like, what depression actually looks like, because you guys want me to actually you said I should do that, because there are too many people that talk about it as a nebulous thing that just happens, and they look sad on camera, but, like, it doesn't really encapsulate much. Songs do it a lot better. But I did turn on a camera at my worst of times where literally it is me on this office floor and the camera was here, and I turned on the camera and I looked at it, and I said, nothing's changed. In tears that I didn't realize I could still cry, turned off the camera. I did that for 3 fucking days straight, not realizing that for a little bit, I wasn't even moving. Like, I was not getting up. And the first actual real thing, I set it up here, and then and I've already said this, I realized my big proud moment was I did something as simple as setting up a camera and starting it, and that's all I could get through for that little bit. And so putting this whole script and compilation together is really basically me. I don't want people to think it's a pity party, but at the same time, I feel ashamed because I've been able to always handle it and do it, and to finally not be able to handle it, this is the first time in my whole life I've actually lost my motivation. Like, something that I always took for granted that I always knew was like, I didn't know I could lose it. I didn't know I could lose the drive to always never want to go back. I didn't realize I could get hit with. I've been so depressed before. I've tried to take my life at 13. I've contemplated whether I should keep living at 18. I've had diaries that suicidal thoughts still in them in my 20s, mid-20s, and still through all of it, I'm running businesses. I'm still like taking care of my shit. I'm doing everything, and I'm fighting all these thoughts in my head. This is the first time in my whole fucking life that thing I guess I always took for granted is just gone. Like, it just left me. And like, my dog died, and I didn't realize that was like a big linchpin for me. But it's now kind of embarrassing to realize that part of that journal is the last happy thing I think I said to myself was me a day and a half before my dog died said, I know what's going to happen to me. I see it coming. This is like a journal to myself of please don't get the way that you could get. And I called myself perfectly. But the one thing I did not, except for one thing, I didn't call the idea that I didn't realize the thing that I had in me, that drive to be in front of a camera, to pump out videos, to always be streaming at least so many times a week, to make static videos and process them, to do whatever side jobs I need to, drive Uber if I need to, be a photographer, did plan on doing that, own businesses, be a store manager, a GM, do all this stuff. I never realized that was like just something I could lose. I didn't realize that was something I could lose. And so when it just left and I was just left with the depressive me, but the depressed me that no longer could act, this is a first in my life where I'm having to fight the idea of I told my therapist, like, if I don't schedule things in advance, I'm not going to be coming back. I canceled one appointment and I haven't seen him in now 2.5, 3 months. One appointment I had to reschedule, and I warned him if I got up the strength to be able to say I needed to see him, I was bad off. Canceled one appointment, I haven't seen him since. Like, I've talked to him, haven't seen him, because I was realizing that thing I've always taken for granted, that part of me that just is like, it doesn't matter if it's the darkest time, somebody's got to push through, and if it's got to be somebody, I'll do it. Like, that mindset sounds like I'm being pretentious, and it sounds like I'm being like high and mighty, like I'm better than thou type deal to some people. I don't know how else to explain it. When I was a kid, I grew up poor, and I thought I never want to go back to that. I never want to go back to living in government subsidized housing and living off of 13-cent dinners. So I worked hard, and I had jobs and businesses at age 15. And yes, I legitimately owned my own business at 15. And I never thought of it as something that, like, you know, nature versus nurture or anything like that. I always just thought of it as I know what it's like to be there. I can't go back. And then, you know, being a dad is another thing of like, I can't have someone else depends on me. I can't fail. Like, I'm not allowed to. I'm allowed to have small failures and setbacks, but he needs a roof over his head. And for personally myself, I'm like, I can't fail because other people depend on me. I have to be strong when others can't be. So I have to, even if I'm suffering inside, I have to be the pillar they can lean on because they're suffering too. One of us has to be strong enough to help the other so that eventually the other can also get better. So I'll be the weak one or I'll be the strong one first, even though I'm weak. They'll get stronger, and then I'll pull myself up while they're getting better too. Like, it's always been something in me that's like this logic that I can always keep going and keep doing things. And then Sheila died, and then it just slowly I realized that my constant in my whole life for 14 years, that kind of like the constant that was there between my brother being alive and dead, my parents being healthy and terminally ill and dying soon, my grandpa dying and almost dead now, like going from being single to married to divorced, you know, to going from being renting an apartment to a homeowner back into renting because I gave up my house in the divorce when I didn't have to. Going from being a full-time dad to I only get to see my kid 50% of the time. I never realized I put so much stock in one thing that was always that was always stable, which is I had a dog next to me that was always happy. And I foolishly, I realize it doesn't sound foolish. Over time, I foolishly, accidentally put so much stock in something that is living, that can die, that I tied my self-worth and motivation to it as well. And the second I did that, I made a huge mistake. And it put me into a spiral of, I've always been able to, even guys, when I've pumped out videos on my best schedules, like when I first started this channel and 2 videos, maybe 3 per day, and I was streaming, was some of my worst depressive periods ever. I work better depressed. I work better under pressure. I work better when the cards are stacked against me. So technically right now, you guys should be getting like an overload of content. Basically, I bury feelings in being a workaholic and knowing that my hard work will help me in the long run when I kind of come back to it, when I stop dissociating being so depressive. I know that that hard work all of a sudden is like my building block to becoming healthier again. And this is the first time where I was like, no, I'd lay down and if I died, I'd feel great about it. Like I'm lying down on the floor and yeah, if I could turn on a camera and make a little thing about what I need depression for people to understand it better for YouTube. Or I could just drop dead right now and be just as happy. Like, I've had those thoughts before, and I'm not sitting here saying I'm trying to actively take my life, but it's also like it's been a long time. A lot of therapy and a lot of things feel like it's just flushed down the drain. It's been a long time where my victory was doing something as simple as setting up a fucking camera and just starting it and sitting in my office like I do nightly. But this time it was a big achievement for the week. And when I realized that, I'm in tears about it. Like when I do things like that, it's embarrassing at this point. Like I'm embarrassed at myself for being able to fall this hard. And I'm embarrassed at the idea that people will think it's a pity party. And at the same time, I would like people to see what depression actually looks like. And in this one case, I can show you exactly what it looks like, and it's not fun. And for everyone who goes through depressive stints and doesn't know what like real clinical depression that can come out of nowhere looks like, I can shed light and make a lot of people felt heard at the expense of I have to put my own dignity on the line of the one that can always pull through, always be there, always stand tall, always get work done, always still be in front of the camera, give an audience life lessons, give a group their photography lessons. After I hold a man's hand and he dies in a car because I can't save his life, I clean the blood off me, change clothes, and go shoot a fucking wedding. And then later on, I feel like a monster because I could just shoot someone's happiest day after I just looked a man in the eyes and wondered when was the moment that he actually died. I'm always the one that I could just do it. I could do all of it. And now I'm the pitiful son of a bitch that can't even... And it's humiliating. But I know still that I need to put it out there, but it's humiliating to have to, this is the first time I think the difference is I never admitted defeat when I was suicidal. I admitted that I felt like I was a burden. I never admitted defeat. I just went too logical and thought removing myself from the equation is a one-time pain for a long-time gain for everyone else because I was a detriment to people's lives. That wasn't me declaring that I was defeated or lost. It was me weighing options and realizing that my broken logic wasn't thinking about the idea of, now that I've lost my older brother and know what it's like for 6.5 years that my other half of my brain has been dead, I know what it's like to have to lose that and not get it back, and know that I'll never get it back, and know that I'll never ever in my life get to be the person I was before. That person's dead and gone, just as dead as he is. And I have to now figure out who I am without it. And so I get it. And I should have gotten a long time ago but I never admitted defeat. I should have gotten it when Katie Zielinski committed suicide, and I promised I'd protect her and save her and help her. But I didn't admit defeat. I went off and did something else and helped fight for people's rights in other countries, even if they didn't know what I was doing, because, you know, at least I could be helpful there. I never admitted defeat, even when I was suicidal. This is the first time where I have to look at it, and it's like, yeah, for once, I'm at my lowest and not suicidal, but I'm wishing for death at the same time too, as give me an easy way out, please. And it's like, I guess that's finally defeat. And so it's so yeah, that's a summation of why that video is not out yet, of why I have not, because I'm not used to being that person. I'm just not. Anyone who's known me for longer than a month has been close to me knows that I usually try to handle my shit and everybody else's shit around me. I try. I'll sit for hours and listen to what other people are going through. I'll try to give sound advice. Even when I know I'm mentally bad off, I'll sit there and try to do the best I can to give the best advice to help them out. I'll overlook my own needs and for the needs of others, and to my own detriment. And I won't mean to, but I'll do it. I'll do a lot of things, and this time I did nothing. This time my reaction was I did nothing. So yeah, all of that's not out because it's hard. I truly never realized that my drive was something I could lose. Let me say this and don't misconstrue it, because if you misconstrue this, if you can think of it as the wrong way, I beseech you, I beg of you to actually seek professional counseling. But suicide is actually something that takes a twisted mindset, but to actually go through with it, in many cases, it's almost like Cloud Atlas, a version of courage, of the idea that you can put aside certain things to go through with that. It's looked at as a cowardly act in some ways, and in others, it's a weird way of how that broken logic, many people that go through that, it's actually building up the courage to do what they, in their broken logic, believe is the right thing. And it's really what it is they're working at setting aside their self-preservation. Don't take that the wrong way as that's the way out, but that's what. And so even in those times, I didn't realize my motivation, my reasoning, and all that stuff was still tied to that I could actually, not just as a cry for help, but I was surprised that I woke up when I was 13, when I tried to commit suicide, and I woke up. And I felt like a failure because I woke up. And they called me a miracle child because things that should have guaranteed death didn't kill me. And that was torturous, to be called a miracle child when you're like, well, I wanted to never wake up again. And now you're saying it's a miracle. That's not a miracle to me. It sounds a little different. And it's still, I guess I'm just trying to say through all of that, I never realized that my ambition and my drive to, I still have to. For every moment I'm breathing, if I'm going to live, I have to have a purpose in life. If I'm going to live and justify my waste of oxygen, I better be helping out other people. I better be doing things that make sure that I can protect the people I care about. I better be doing something that furthers my life, but can also further the life of people around me. And I really don't care if I get when I was younger, and sometimes even as I've been older, I don't care if I get used and abused and misused. Like, I didn't care. As long as their lives got better, I could justify myself. But that's all still, like, you have to be motivated for it in a way that you don't really think about it. And so it's, now I'm in just a very weird mindset in a very strange place that things I never thought were tied together. I did not know my motivation was that drive, that force in me that says no matter how low it gets, that force that could even drive me to suicide and not just a cry for help because my logic said this is the most logical thing to do. Get myself out of the equation. My mom, dad, and brother are better off for it. That's still drive. It's still motivation. It's bad logic. It's broken logic. It's not thinking about the future of their emotions, but it is in the time, in the moment, logic that can go. I never realized my whole life that was something that I took it for granted. I absolutely took it for granted that I could lose it. And now that I've lost it, it's like, how do you get back something that you never... How do you get back the motivation to always, every day, you're up, you're working, you have lists, you do them, you have a house, it's clean, it's spotless, everything's where it's supposed to be. You have certain things you're gonna do every day. It doesn't fucking matter if now you lose all your sleep that day. You're gonna do it. You're depressed as hell and you don't want to live anymore and you're contemplating suicide, but you're gonna finish your fucking to-do list today because you made the to-do list. You're gonna do it. I've always been that way. Like, I can be a dichotomy of those two things, and I feel like a broken record at this point. But that's the reason why I think the video deserves to be out, because I did record myself like that, but it's pitiful. It's just pitiful to look at. So it's I don't know. I don't know how to get back something I never struggled to gain. Yeah, so once I figure out the secret, I'll let you guys know how to get back something that you never knew you could lose. And I put alerts on pause, and Dark King, thank you so much. Everyone gets to hear my epic. I'm glad I saved this, because this clip, if anyone wonders whether my laugh is genuine to listening to this clip every time, I could not reenact this scream if my life depended on it, unless my life depended on it because I was being thrown over the edge of a cliff. I honestly, even in the stream, my face looks like I'm actually falling. This is voice acting at its premium best. Scorsese would be like, clip that shit for my next film.
All right, hold on.
And I'm so confident right here because I have an idea.
Hear me out.
Hear me out.
I got an idea. Hear me out. What if? Hear me out. What? Oh my god! Ah!
It makes me
It's okay to be weak, it's okay to human, it's okay to break down. All of us are here for you if you need it.
Thank you so much, Dark King. I really appreciate that, and I really appreciate the message. It's God. I don't. Why did I scream like that? Why did I do that? I went full throttle on it. I went full throttle on that scream. Jeez, why? Is this the other pistol? Am I... Son of a mother-licking whore. Like, it is... I see what you said up there, JP. It's... I wish I could, like, live in a moment, squeeze in and hold it. Like, not gonna start quoting completely. But I wish I could just do that. I found a fallacy in that, which is that when the moment's gone, it's almost kind of like a performer when the lights go out. Like when you're off the stage. When the crowd's no longer cheering. Or for me, when the camera goes off and people are no longer being able to sit there and you know, dozens of messages of support. What happens after that? I've learned the hard way that I have to find more than just the moment, because once the moment passes, I'm trapped with the thing that I never wanted to be trapped with, the version of me I've always run from. And being trapped with that thing without... It's almost like living in the moment. The flip side of it is accepting that, to being trapped with that thing that is also me. And so I have to find different ways, because I know that's a lot of, you know, appreciating moments and appreciating small victories, and that's, yeah, I have my psychology degree and going into like trying to start my master's, trying to start actual clinical hours and being like watching. I understand like the reasoning and I get it and I do actually agree with it, but I don't have a good balance yet myself. I don't have a good balance of living in the moment, and then once the moment's over, being okay enough to wait for the next moment or the next time or the next anything. I come out of it and I bottom out. So I basically, for me instead, it becomes very much a polarized thing where if I do just live in a moment without remembering the idea of like I'm just riding a high basically, then it's almost like a sugar crash. I crash hard enough and it's worse than it was before. So I gotta learn better skills without having the idea of the motivation that tells me to get to work and always be at it. Without having that behind me that I always took for granted, I need to learn better skills that I've never had to learn before. For me, it's like having to learn how to study. I never had to study when I was younger. That's what it feels like I'm having to do again. Something that I never had to do. When I went through school, I never had to study. And I hate how much that sounds like bragging, but it's the truth. I never had to study. Never really once. Did I read textbooks? Yeah, I didn't consider that studying. I just like reading the textbooks. In fact, after I took my first psychology class ever, I asked Miss Flanagan if I could have one of the psych textbooks that's meant for the AP classes. And she was like, yeah, they just changed them out and they have like a new like a fourth. So we can't use the third editions anymore. So like you can just have this. I was like, hey, cool. And I still have that somewhere. And I read the whole thing because I was just like, you know, it's got stuff that they didn't teach us in like high school psychology. So I just read it, and that's different for me. But I never learned how to study. So it's kind of, I liken it to that, if you will, where it's a skill that I need to learn. I need to learn how to be with my own worst enemy of me. I need to learn. I need to learn a new skill set, just like I need to learn how to study properly in college. Which I'll tell you how I got through high school and didn't have to study. I read the damn books. I did that in college too. Unlike high school. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. So like I never needed to learn how to study because all the knowledge comes naturally. My brother and I just soaked up knowledge all the time, and we always were reading and fascinated by the world. And I see it in my son now. He's fascinated by topics, and he will study them into the ground. In fact, in gifted learning for 5th grade next year, they are doing like microbes, pathogens, all that stuff for 5th graders. And I'm like, you're gonna love it because you already love the stuff that goes behind everything that's, you know, the pandemic and all the actual science. And while you don't love the effects of it, like learning about it, learning the actual science does fascinate him. So it'll keep his. But there's a difference between like having a passion for it, so you go out of your way to learn it, or like you want to know what's in the textbook, so you read the damn thing. There's a difference between that and I read the textbook, but not everything on the test is going to be in the textbook. That's what got me. That's what got me multiple times. Multiple times. My downfall was like, you know, I was tired. You could blame it on me trying to work to pay rent for the place I was living. You can blame it on not having enough money for food or gas and working for that. You can blame it on me just not knowing any better. And you can blame it on that I never felt the need to take notes, because just read the book before tests. Just read the chapters and the subjects covered. And then in college, it's kind of the dump truck of hitting you of like, brum, brum, we're not going to include this. It's not going to be in the book. You better have listened. And so, and I absorb things when I hear them in lectures too. I can usually repeat back the lecture. I could probably give the lecture right back to the person lecturing me. That still is not a good study habit. When it's like asking for every single precise detail, I am a master at being able to summarize, and that is not what college is usually asking for. I'm a master at being able to give you the summation, not the whole fucking like every term. That my weakness is terminology. I've said that many times. My big kryptonite is terminology. I have a very big problem with running into just a random term, and it can be just about anything. And for some reason, I can describe it to you. I can tell you the circumstances around it. I can tell you everything about that subject and that term, what that definition is. But I'll forget the fucking term. Like I'll forget it. Thank you so much for being here so long, Caleb. You're almost at 3 years. So it's, and that was a frustrating thing for my brother too, because, you know, for two people who actually know the subject, yeah, that's the whole reason you learn terminology. So you don't have to retread the ground of being like, yeah. Like you're both on the same wavelength because you both know what you're talking about, because there's a term that describes it, so you can skip over that. And so like I'm going to all these lectures and I'm like, yeah, I know what they're talking about. So if it's multiple choice or an essay, I got it. But when it's actually asking now for terms that were in one lecture, one time only, they never mentioned it again. I wasn't taking good enough notes, or I didn't relook over those notes to make sure I knew the terminology. I knew the concept. I knew everything around it. I knew how to treat it. I knew how to deal with it. I knew what it could lead to. I knew all the other things, but I forgot like a term. And now it's like, make sure you use all of that in it. I remember a very specific class that happened in, and that sucked. That sucked real bad. Real bad. Thank you so much for supporting for so long, Dark King. So I know it's a very weird subject, I guess. Uh-oh. Heal immediately. No. Good. Yeah, so anyway, I liken that to what I'm likening to what I'm learning now, which is I have to learn new skills because I have no idea how to basically cope with who I am as I am right now. No idea how to do that. I've never been like this before, and I'm sorry that you guys suffer, because I've many times talked a big talk about a lot of the content I want to give you guys. Let's be honest here. I have not produced a lot of it, and I can tell you exactly the moment now when I stopped being able to get in the office and get it done immediately. And it's if you go back in my streams and you hear me say I refuse to talk about Sheila as being dead yet, because even if she has cancer that will kill her and is terminal, she's not dead yet, so I don't refer to her as that. She's still alive. She's still here in the moment. The moment I had to switch my thinking to that is when I was actually already breaking and I didn't realize it. That is where I can backtrack it to. I was breaking to where I was going to lose that motivation because it was tied so hard to her. So all that time back, if you go back in the streams where I said multiple times over, like, I'm not going to talk about my dog like she's already dead. It seems like a nothing statement. That's exactly the time where static videos, no. Me streaming on a very, very consistent basis, no. It being scattered, not always the same time, some being like scheduled weirdly, all that stuff all happened about right then. I was already losing it and I didn't realize it. And so, yeah. So now I gotta learn how to be this new me, fighting this new enemy inside my head. This new version of me that I like even less than the other one that I was fighting, but it is an unknown quantity to me. Yeah, trip that line, and whoever survives has to suffer this one. Oh, they both died. Sounds like it, at least. Yeah, they both died. Good. So it's not that I've meant to lie a single time to anyone about, like, you know, what games I want to play, what I want to do. It's just I was losing motivation already, that inner drive that I've always had, and I didn't realize it. So I was making up excuses, and they were true excuses. They were not legitimate enough. And then after that, it kind of turned into instead the best way to put it is just think about compounding that with realizing that you have an algorithm that will not push your videos to your subscribers, much less show content that when they are docking you. Oh yeah, by the way, YouTube straight out said, if you're not making clickbait thumbnails that are somehow related to your video, we're docking you for it. They didn't want to say it that way, but yeah. So you know all of those videos that have like an arrow pointing to something, or like a phrase that is big words are like, oh, what? Or like, you know, someone's face in shock looking at something. They literally just put out on YouTube Creator Studio today a video that confirmed that one. That I'm supposed to be making more clickbait thumbnails. Let me ask you guys something. Do you like the thumbnails I work really long on some of my older videos, like for Until Dawn, The Last of Us? Go look at like Life is Strange, where I'm cutting out the character, like God of War, where I cut out the characters, put the title behind, give like a really prominent like scene from something that looks better. Do you like those thumbnails better, or do you like the fucking clickbait that you see everywhere on YouTube? Because they just told me basically the thumbnails I do are horse shit to their algorithm. And so it's, you know, knowing that that's disheartening, knowing that I can't do intros anymore. They've specifically said don't do intros, start playing the game. So all those videos where I've said, hey, hello everyone, I'm Darkness and welcome back to this game, and I did not immediately start playing, I'm being docked for that. I've got about 20 to 40 seconds to be in the game and playing, or YouTube or YouTube doesn't like it, or YouTube fucks. Yeah. While they didn't want to say it enforces clickbait, they're basically saying they want eye-catching. And it's because they're trying to make money too. If they're pushing your video and it's not clickbait enough that you're gonna keep binging YouTube, you might click out of YouTube. That loses them money. So if you look at my videos, a lot of my videos are just honest what they are. Go look at the last ones I really was doing a lot of work on was like God of War and Resident Evil stuff. Go look at those videos. I'm actually taking the character models, I'm cutting them out precisely. I'm going and finding fonts that fit those games. I'm finding scenes like, you know, doing the Lost Survivors. I'm doing like Kendo, I'm cutting out him and his daughter and stuff like that. I'm putting the logo of the game in the background so you still know what game it is from the thumbnail. But, you know, something of substance that gives you an idea of what you're going to get into instead of just like an oh my gosh reaction. They, in the creator studio, they said either put something universal that everyone gets, everyone relates to, everyone wants to see, but can still be unique somehow. How is it universal but unique? And then on top of that, they're like, or, you know, basically the oh shocked face, put that all over the place. Arrows, point to something. Put words that really describe. And make sure it's not misleading because you don't want people clicking off of it. So clickbait that's honest, which feels like an oxymoron. But I see now exactly why I've been docked on my channel. I've been like, no, I actually like my more stylish, takes me an hour to do thumbnails that feel better to me. And I like doing an opening where I can actually say hi to everyone that might not know the channel. I like doing an opening of, I like what I was doing with Resident Evil 8 of doing a recap. Guess what though? They liked it too though. I did not realize that. That recap thing I was doing for Resident Evil 8 counts as gameplay. Because it does catch people up. So that most certainly counts as gameplay. So you'll be seeing me doing more and more recaps. They hate numbers in titles. So if you wanted to binge a series of mine and you're like, which number was I on? They hate numbers in titles. I'm still going to put them in the thumbnail somewhere at least, if not in the title. I don't know what the hell, like, all of that combined with my lack of motivation going down, spiraling down for like, it's about a year and a half, 2 years it's been doing that. Yeah. So I can admit that, yeah, I know I'm human and I know where I'm fucking up. I just don't know how to fix it yet. I don't quite know how to fix it yet. Once I fix it, I promise I'm going to be better to you guys. I want to be able to keep my promise. I wanted this channel to become big enough that not only I've had a goal that I've told friends, family, loved ones, anyone that's close to me. I had 2 goals with this channel. If I ever could actually make this channel big, if I decided to actually do what YouTube wants me to do and make it big, you know, get paid for making, yeah, 1 million people watch my video and I got paid 5,000 for it. And I can do that once a week type deal. Amass enough money that I start paying back every person that's actually helped me get to this far. So all the super chats, all the everything else, one of my goals is to give you guys back your money. You help me get to a point to where if I have that much money, I'm basically counting it as seed money at that point. I want to give it back. And my other goal is simply I wanted to let my dad retire. He's dying. I wanted to like pay off like my parents' medical bills and give my son stability. And then after all of that, I wanted this channel to go back to a charity channel. So if I'm making enough money that I can pay all of you guys back, and I've kept a tab, trust me, I know that I'm like at 6 digits of how much money I'm talking about giving back to everyone. Giving all of it back. But it's a goal that if this platform stays like this and I do decide to bend to their rules, make the clickbait, make the videos that they are over-exaggerate some expressions sometimes and then having to say, you know, yeah, I know I kind of played it up there. Having to admit that things like that happen. Trying to be genuine every possible moment that I can, but being genuine is kind of looked down on. If the algorithm would just fucking change to the way it was before and go back to where genuine people like me will get pushed to the front page. If ever that happens, yeah, those are my goals. And I've said over and over, if I make it big and you do not see me buying a house so my son has stability again because I gave up my old one in my divorce, paying off my parents' medical bills in their house so they don't have to worry about that for the rest of the short lives they have, paying back you guys that have ever helped me, and I do have every penny that's ever been given by every source, and then turning this channel back into strictly every penny that's, you know, doesn't have to, basically at minimum 50% going to charity at all times. Doesn't matter what the revenue source is anymore. Doesn't matter if it's YouTube views or people donating during the streams, that 50% goes back. If I become a hypocrite at any time that I can make that much money and I don't do that, unsubscribe, forget I exist, I'm not worth your time, because there's enough hypocrisy in this world. You don't need me to add to it. So forget my hypocritical ass and move on to something else that might actually keep its word and make this world a better place and forget I exist. I've said that over and over. And I stand by that. So don't let me become some creator that like gets millions and all of a sudden will not give back to you guys. And yeah, you can keep me accountable. Just ask anybody who's even donated today. Did they even have me reach out? And if the answer is no, well then I done fucked up. And if I didn't reach out, was I paying off medical bills or like making sure my son's secure or my parents can actually have a few moments of living without having to worry about their medical bills and their whatever. If I can't answer any of that and I have to be like basically, yeah, I was being greedy and just took it. Yeah, abandon me. Abandon ship. Because I'm a fuck up that is not worth it. Like I said, if you want hypocrisy, just watch the news. Watch everything and anything around you. And stop watching me.
Gonna get ya.
Burner! I forgot I had you. This is the part I need you for. Ah! Well, thank you, D. I appreciate that. Oh, God. Oh, God. She's on the wall. Oh, God. She's got a flail. Burn it. Burn it. Oh, wow. Oh, wait. There's a green box. Please? Are you cupping my nuts? What is going on? She has a flail. She's wearing leather. I'm aroused? No. I'm excited. Question mark? No. I'm gonna unpause alerts in just one moment here, Christopher. Thank you so much. Oh, you had something to say. That's why they're broken up. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad I saved it to wait because I gotta whoop her ass for a second, or she's gonna trick me into death. Let's see which one happens. Hopefully, not getting tricked into death. Go down. Oh, shit. Alright, she tripped something else. I mean, she has to come back. She done screwed up herself. How about not donating my escrow over twice? No, Jeffrey, I'm not. Again, I don't say all these things as a PayPal or I'm just. Part of being genuine always will make it look like I'm, I guess, fishing, or make people feel guilty for not. That's never my intention. In fact, those who have given to me and I knew they were in financial straits have. Some of you guys have been at live streams where I've chewed out people who have given me money and I knew they actually were in financial mishaps. And a few of those times I live gave back and then made the whole stream of giving them money instead of me. No one ever, only give what you can afford. Never give something that puts you in a bad space. My moral compass can't allow myself to profit off of your suffering. That's a no-no. Woman? I'll shoot your tank. I'll shoot you right in the gooch. Gooch again, gooch again, gooch again. I hated that I said that the second I said it. No. She might be dead, actually. Yeah, she was dead. She just can't die during that animation. That's 3 wins. This is why this game is definitely that's why this is warm up for me for like something like tomorrow. I can do this and communicate with you guys. Because I don't know why something like this comes so naturally. That's why I would like to play more Dark Souls. The idea of a challenge comes naturally. And Dark Souls is absolutely, especially with randomizers, or I did do like double or triple the enemies. I didn't really have a goal for tonight other than to talk to you guys. I've been absent enough. Papa's been absent. Gotta. You quoted Vana. Ooh. Christopher Kun Matata. You quoted Vana. Oh, gosh. Jeez. I'm reading what you said now. I'm about to play it. That hurts my heart. I mean, in a good way, because it's a great story. But damn, I'm thinking of her whole speech right now. Of course, of her speech when she's like during the end, when she's like, I sunder you from this, and then also during that fight where she gets to actually talk through what the lyrics have always meant of that song that's been there since the game started. But good night to bring up that as a thing.
Thank you for the tip.
Thank you so much, Jay Miller. I'm sorry it's been paused for 13 minutes.
Luckily, I'm not a female, so I don't mind just
just the tip.
What's the worst part about eating a clock?
What's the worst part about eating a clock? That you have to swallow it whole or it ticks you off? I actually don't know the punchline to that. What's the punch? What? I can make a punchline to it. It's very time consuming. Oh. Is very time consuming. I get, yeah, time. That's probably the punchline. I like the idea you gotta swallow it whole or it ticks you off. I was like, meh, that's the best I'd come up with real fast. All right.
I usually am much smarter than the things that I say. Usually much smarter than the things that I say.
What is the longest word in the English language? Smiles. Because there is a mile in between each S.
That is, why did my brain immediately go? Actually, the longest word is father because the distance it creates is incalculable. Oops. Tusapetary. I don't know. Two. Hey there. What's going on? Tusa. Next evaluation will be 5 years. Sacred Ordinary. Yeah, I like that, but my brain is warped. Okay, Caleb, I got you now.
I usually am much smarter than the things that I say. Usually much smarter than the things that I say.
Darkness, thank you for sharing your experiences. I can't empathize with your feeling of hitting a new low. While I don't think I will change your mind about your current state, the fact that you talk to us shows that you can keep going, if given time.
I usually am much smarter than the things that I say. Usually much smarter than the things that I say.
Your story reminds me of Endwalker's theme, and I hope that helps make something click.
You
may have lost one piece of happiness, but the next step is to find the next piece. To quote Bennett, and it missed deepest despair, light everlasting.
God, with her glaring blue eyes covered, saying those words. Yeah, I think that's why. I think that's why I'm very passionate about the idea of everyone that tries to do a recap of Final Fantasy XIV for each part. Their recaps are like 2 hours long, and the script that I'm writing is trying to basically do 30 minutes or less, but keep in all the funny or important parts that you actually need to see the cutscene for, but not the entire cutscene. Just what's important with me narrating it, because I want people to actually realize there's probably the best overall written Final Fantasy and RPG story in Final Fantasy XIV. I say overall because the best one that people will actually play on a consistent, I think, is actually Tactics, and then Final Fantasy 6/3, depending on when you played it. But of RPGs, it's like it hits some, like the music hits some notes, and the storylines isn't afraid to go some places that will make you think and will make you. It like most people who play Final Fantasy XIV will tell you, once they got into it, there is a hump getting over A Realm Reborn. They actually cut out some of the quest line, realizing that like years ago when they had to remake the game because Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 it bombed. It was a bad game. I can say that honestly because I played it. It was a bad game. Onion Knight is also in Final Fantasy 14. They're everywhere. We'll never get rid of them. Tactics. On my PS. I'll tell you, I got a trick. You know in Tactics how you can get you can battle other people and you can gain weapons that you can't get normally, like the Chaos Blade, the Chaos Sword in it, and like some other drops and some other like movement +2, jump +2 boots, I think it like, or something like that. It's some like crazy good gear, but you have to actually play on your PS1, PS Vita or something like that, and link it to somebody else and do a versus in War of the Lions. And no one has it usually, so you can't find two people with the PS Vita that can battle each other so you can get that loot. I love that game so much that so I could experience that loot, I went ahead and played the game on my PS TV, which I've used on the channel before, to play some games that are on like PS like 2 or 1 classic that you can't get on like the PS3 or 4. Some PS Vita exclusive basically ones. It's the exact same library for PS TV. So I play my Vita and my TV, and my Vita is where I have my main game on of the most recent save of it. I copied it to the PS TV. I play against myself, and now I get the roulette of treasures by playing against myself. So I finally now have found a way, years ago I figured that out, to experience having Excalibur, Chaos Blade, just all of the best loot in the game that's hidden behind the PvP. Yeah, that's how much I love that game. I love that game so much. So much. But of like concise, you can get through it. It's a normal type RPG, normal playtime. Final Fantasy 14 1.0 was an abomination that had to be fixed. Yoshi P did fix it. And A Realm Reborn had to like reset the stage for a lot of people and was just too long. So they've done a lot of work to cut it down, make it shorter. They cut out some quests, some cutscenes, everything to make it more accessible. And still, for some people, it's not short enough. So I realized that that's the one I need to work on the most about scripting, about making it short enough that you get the entirety of what's going on in Realm Reborn and not the side stories, just the main storyline, MSQ. Because if people actually played that game, I don't think anybody can play Heaven's Ward and not realize by Heaven's Ward you had to step away from the game because it got a little too emotional. And I think when you realize that Heaven's Ward is like the emotion in Heaven's Ward is a walk in the park. The storyline in Heaven's Ward is like baby steps to what Endwalker will put you through, to what Shadowbringers will do. Like that. Oof. Endwalker hurts. That was, I've said out of all the expansions, like I've teared up and I've taken a lot of deep breaths. Endwalker is the first time that I had to straight up just put the game down. It hurt. It hurts because the storyline was too good. Yeah, oh yeah, I've got Tactics Ogre lined up ready to go. Tactics Ogre was remade. I thought Final Fantasy Tactics was going to be the first one to be remade. Tactics Ogre actually got out the door first. So I liked both when I was growing up. So I am definitely going to be doing Tactics Ogre. Doesn't matter if it's in my spare time or on streams because I fucking love tactics games like that. So... Playing Endwalker was probably the first time that the game really just forced me. Hey, BJ! I'm glad to see you here. It's probably the first time that... Of any Final Fantasy game. I mean, I was young and like, oh... What happened to Aerith type deal or Ares, whatever, depending on which version you played. Like, yeah, I get it. There are some people who had emotional scenes. And then like... Final Fantasy 3... then later released as Final Fantasy 6 once we got all the rest of the Final Fantasies in the US. If you... Second half of the game, there's a main character that if you don't do everything right, she tries to commit suicide. She sees no hope, tries to commit suicide, and she only goes on after she realizes that somebody she deeply cares for might still be alive, based off of an injured bird that looks like its wing was fixed by the person she cares about, Bandana. But like the game straight up having like so many scenes that are just like, oh god. And that's SNES. And then you get into like modern era and they like RPGs I thought lost a good flair for making sure they told a very, very well-rounded story. Hey, did you know Final Fantasy 14 is free all the way through Heaven's Ward? Honestly, you could probably get through all of it for the price of any other Final Fantasy game and get more out of it. Honestly, it's basically a one-player game. You could pay for 2 months worth of subscription, and that would be half the price of paying for Final Fantasy 15 when it came out. Because they have a special deal with that. Yeah, you could pay for 2 months of playing the game and get through the entire storyline if that's all you wanted to play, and then stop playing it. And you would get much more out of it than you would ever get from even how long Final Fantasy 15 was. So, like, I understand people not playing subscription-based games. Let me really stress, it is a one-player game that you can choose to play with other people. It is a legitimate entry now into the Final Fantasy franchise of that subscription that you're paying for is the idea that it rolls out content and you can play with others. You can do all that, but you don't have to. You can actually just play the storyline and stop and wait for the next bit of storyline to come out. And when the next bit of storyline comes out, you can pay, what is it, 13, 14 bucks to play a whole, basically, other part of the game and pick up where you left off. Another you know, more content than Final Fantasy VII Remake is putting out in its short parts. To be honest about that one, because come on. Thank you. Didn't want to risk it. It's this slog that I'm trying to make the videos for is honestly A Realm Reborn. There seems like there's a lot, and voice actors change after A Realm Reborn. Yes, that scene in Final Fantasy VI I mentioned is way better than the famous scene in Final Fantasy VII. It is. Because it really does feel like pure hopelessness. At the end, there's a part where it's like, oh yeah, the good guys always win. And it's like, no. No, they don't. Even the ones that are on the bad side of things but try to do the right thing. You're like, no, they don't. And then finally, at its lowest point, instead of being like, we're the heroes that can come through everything, they're like, you're put in the shoes of somebody that's like, no, actually, I can't handle this anymore. And if you play that part wrong, if you play it right, you don't go through that scene. But if you don't know that you can play that part wrong, she just you get a whole scene of, yeah, she tries to commit suicide. And it's like, it is legitimately hard to play through that. I got everything, right? It's legitimately hard to play through. Yeah, I got the spectacles. I can't see anything. It's a powerful scene. A lot of the scenes in there are powerful. Having to go, it's having to go through things like in the second half of the game, where you think that the game is over and you'll beat it, and no, you've only actually gotten to the halfway point. Having to just get the airship and realizing that, like, the backstory of that, getting exposed to that, and the what they give you. Even in, oh god, I will give a spoiler for that game to let you know. There is one part of it where there's a city that's under attack. And they're supposed to be not doing things that would be what we would consider against the Geneva Convention. Like, I don't know, poisoning water. But a sociopath in the game decides the easiest way is to just fucking poison the water. One of the main characters all of them are main characters. You can find their backstories, and their backstories are all riveting and all worth your time to go and find all of it. And to play all of it and find out who they are. I think Go-Go is the only character that doesn't have a true backstory that you can't find out more about them. Go-Go is the only one in the whole game, and they have a roster of, like, getting close to 20 characters that are playable characters, or over something like that. And so, a scene where you're like, this can't happen in an SNES game, especially on this level. A guy on watch that is a very skilled soldier for this country that's under attack and has been on the winning side of keeping who's the bad guy at this point out, is on watch with a canteen of water and realizes people are keeling over, and the reason that he and another lookout aren't keeling over is because they're drinking from the water that they brought up with them, not the water that's basically coming from wells. Their people are being poisoned. So he immediately goes for, you know, looking out for those officials above him to see that they're dead, and then realizes to go after his family, that he has a wife and son. And you have to go and sit there and play the game and watch him see his dead wife on the floor and pull out his cold son from the bed, already dead because they drank the water. Him going absolutely apeshit, suicidal of, I will kill as many people as possible, and thinking that he'll die. And then they put you through the ringer of, there's an afterlife in the game, and you happen to stumble across it, and you see his dead wife, dead child, get on a train. And at the very end of it, you don't get them back. You instead get a scene where your main character's child comes to the back of the train and says, "Don't worry, Daddy. I'll take care of Mommy until you're with us again." Something like that. The translations changed a few times. But, like, they're having to ride off on to an afterlife that he can't follow. And his little boy is encouraging him of, he'll look after Mommy. Don't worry, Daddy. And then they sit you in silence. For that scene, after they hit you with that emotional gut punch, to say how good of a storyline that one is, they sit you in silence. There is a time period where it doesn't matter if you talk to the NPCs, like your characters, like their dialogue, you can't run out of it. There's nothing you can do. You must sit there and just absorb. You just have to absorb it. That what just happened. But you can't suplex the train, yeah. You can also Phoenix down the train and immediately kill it. The train is actually in Final Fantasy 14. Not only is Kefka's in Final Fantasy 14, so is the train, the ghost train. So is the paintings that Realm can do. And if you get Shadow, an extra character in that game, his dialogue is basically the most humanistic of all of them, saying like, no words can help. He needs his time. Give him space. A character who, if you learn about him by having him in your party and going to sleep and you see his dreams of him basically having nightmares of his past. And you learn this whole other storyline about a character who has like a child and a partner they used to do things for and will run out. It feels responsible for deaths, feels responsible for all these other things. Then you get to like all of this other stuff and you realize that like they're the dad to another character and they never get to, and your only clue is that he always says his dog will kill. And there is one person the dog does not instinctively attack, instead tries to not only play with, but protect. And you realize right then and there, you have to sleep over and over in the inn to miss an optional storyline about a character's progression. And if you catch it, you get to learn that, oh my God, that's their dad. And they can't admit that they're the dad. And there's a legitimate reason he cannot admit that that's his daughter. But you are clued in right then and there that absolutely that is you're looking at the life he left behind. You're looking at what he wanted and never could get and can't go back to. You now get to see it with your own eyes, but you have to go like searching for it basically. And this is an SNES era where like there's like no guide to tell you how to see all the characters, everything. Final Fantasy VI is for a game that is storyline only. For characterization, no other game does characters better. For storyline overall of like the politics and the overarching story with characters, Tactics is the best of them. For an overarching story that instead decides to hit so many different topics in so many different ways that you get to choose how you attack those topics, Final Fantasy 14 takes the cake, if that makes sense. It takes it over 6 only because you have some agency in how you attack some of those things. It's scripted in 6. In 14, you can kind of approach it. There's a few things that don't have to happen in a specific way. The ending will kind of be the same no matter what, but it doesn't have to be that way type deal. So, like, I have a hierarchy, but like 7 is way below when it comes to story to 6. 6 trumps it by far. Oh, it's Mike L, hello there, and thank you. All right, hold on. I got an idea. Hear me out. I got an idea. Hear me out. Thank you. Hear me out. What if? Hear me out. What? Oh my God! Ah! Jeez, why? Can't
quite make out what the stream total is at this point. So I decided to return to my origin and go all Son of Krypton.
Son of Krypton!
Feels good. Just don't step on the cape.
I won't step on the cape because the cooler version of me, I'll listen to.
I usually am much smarter than the things that I say. Usually much smarter than the things that I say.
This graveyard looks overcrowded. People must be dying to get in.
Oh. By the way, that's a pun. By the way, also, I'm surprised. I know what streamers I can watch and not spoil games for me and not have things ruined because they're one, bad gamers, and second, don't play what I play. So I get to see kind of new trends of what's happening and what could help my channel, and also entertainment finally that I can watch. You guys have never done to me what gets done to other streamers all the time. I'm not encouraging it, but I'm just surprised. I've never had a got him on this stream. Is it because I already say this shit? I've never had you guys get a got him on me. Remember, I didn't make that pun. Like, I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. That's what you basically just did, Michael. Like you're like, I'll do anything for the pun, but I didn't make that one. Okay. Got him. Now that I've seen that it's not only some of the people that I watch, but it's actually a very common thing on YouTube. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm just surprised with the crowd I've got. I've never had to experience it. The Gotham's, which is the hate. Well, thank you so much for being here, JP. I appreciate it. Yeah, if anyone else that sees streams and know what getting them a Gotham is. I know.
We would like to buy one child, please.
Of course, sarcasm actually knows one of them. I know that one. Sorry. That is one of the newest ones out there. That is one of the newest ones out there. Are you an e-girl? Okay, this is a guy. Are you an e-girl or an I-lady? Making people question what's an I-lady. I lady's nuts. Yeah. I haven't. No one set me up for it. I've not fallen for any of those. I lady's nut. Oh God. Oh God, no! No, GJD! Oh no, GJD! What's the one food Spider-Man would eat? Uncle Ben's Minute Rice. You know what? I can't have Uncle Ben's Minute Rice either. Anyway, too, because we can't. It's too racially charged. You know what? It's not just Spider-Man. Uncle Ben's Minute Rice. No. I watched Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. He can eat Uncle Ben's Minute Rice. He cannot eat his 10-minute rice. He doesn't have that much screen time. But no. He can... No, actually, he can have Uncle Ben's Minute Rice, but that's the last thing he's going to have. He can't have Uncle Ben's 10-minute rice. Just 10 minutes. And yeah. And he's... Oh, God.
We would like to buy one child, please.
Oh, no. I'm trying to figure out what it is now that I said you guys haven't done Gothams to me. Oh, no. What's your opinion on monarchy? Uh-oh. I'm afraid of what to ask because what is this? What is this? I've never heard this one. This is not good. Don't. Please tell me that this is honest. What's my opinion on monarchy? What about monarchy? Oh, it's legit. Okay, good. I was like, I don't know. What's my opinion on monarchy? What with what's happened with Queen Elizabeth now? This is a legitimate question. Okay. Okay. Oh, God. It's been a rough lately, so I'm probably resurfacing. I'm sorry to hear that, Michael. I really am sorry to hear that. I'm gonna have to brush over that topic for only one reason. I don't want to belittle the struggles that are actually gonna happen overseas right now, because so right now the Windsor family for over 100 years, 104 years, have held the throne, the British throne, and it is they who, like, their duties seem limited, but the duties are only limited because of Queen Elizabeth. Before that, it was Winston Churchill was in charge of, he was prime minister and headed the efforts in World War II, but people forget right before that, there is someone who basically went full on, like, dictator, as king, taking over, like, a lot of provinces, a lot of basically owning a lot of places. I mean, and there's still 12 different, you know, what are they called, of that Britain basically owns, Canada being one that they actually, I can't remember the name of it, but like before that they had a pretty strict king that uses powers to the fullest. So everyone alive right now doesn't, unless they study their history, doesn't know all the powers that a king can actually wield. And that's one, scary. Provinces, yes, thank you. And second, they don't realize, like, who was kinged, what he will actually do, because Queen Elizabeth is the one that set the tone for the monarchy needs to step back and let the parliament do its job. So she's there to have the customary dinner with, like, the prime minister, a custom that they picked up from the idea of Washington having dinner with people like Hercules Mulligan to prove he wasn't a traitor and that he had the position he should have. Like they picked up some customs and things and everything, but she really did give power to the people, and she was just like Princess Diana was the princess of the people. She was a queen to the people. So they lost not only that, but they lost the idea of there's a stability that the world is just gonna have to watch play out, and it's kind of scary because to really dumb it down, as the law kind of really dictates, one of the things they can do is dismember the parliament. Like their idea of what democracy is over there, there's no real good check to that if they decide to go full blown on it, other than the people being against it and being against the idea of that. But their voice, their ability to have a voice for their own laws and governance, the monarchy, the king and the queen, they're allowed to just dissolve it. And in fact, when the voting happens, their process is the one to appoint the prime minister. It was her that actually made sure that Scotland was given its own parliament that was separate because they needed their own voice. I mean, when you get into politics like that of somebody who can dissolve democracy and then absorb what was at one point the rights of the people and that parliament and take them back. While it is supposedly in their parliament's constitution, I say vaguely, that they can't do that, they actually can under circumstances. And I say circumstances because we have unless you are over 70 years old, you don't know what it is like to live through that. So you're going to have to go talk to someone who's 85 and remembers their childhood to know what it could have been like, or you have to study history. So you have a king who is named king, who's already been asked to abdicate a throne, who already gave what he was basically head over, while being in formal Scottish attire, to William, but also has made some remarks that are worrying to those who are worried about keeping their semblance of democracy, all while you have a queen that's held a country together and made the Windsor House from a very much a ruling the world, we're the best, Great Britain really means great, and we should definitely subjugate those that can benefit us, to a no, let's back off. And instead of having reverse the 44 years of the Windsor House doing some of the shit they pulled to 70 years of something people took for granted for so long, that now it's what's my opinion of a monarchy? I don't know, because I don't know what we're about to see. I don't know what the world's opinion is going to be, because I don't know what the moves that will be made. Will he follow along in footsteps? Will he actually abdicate the throne, knowing that technically there are some technicalities around him actually taking the throne as the next king? Who would step up instead? What does it look like to have any other change other than what Queen Elizabeth II set? Like, what does all of that look like? Like, I don't know. I don't know my opinion on it, other than monarchies. We're living in an era where it's the first time in modern history, so I'm counting from basically 1800s on. This is the first time in modern history where we have a precedent for having a monarchy, but the people have a true voice without being subjugated and then subjected to punishment, torture, or brutalization, or being executed for disagreeing with it. And living in an era like that and not realizing what a monarchy used to stand for and what a monarchy could stand for, and what like that British Empire was before all of that, and what the suffering people went through when they basically decided they're going to own a lot of the world and having to get that back. India struggles. I mean, go study their history. Gandhi starving himself to get them to at least get out for a second and let them breathe, while they're still making sure that they're getting their blood diamonds from South Africa. That doesn't set a good tone. But Queen Elizabeth at least was trying to get that under control for 70 years. So it is a big deal what's going on right now. And I do not want to belittle it by either my ignorance of any of the topics, even though I feel like I'm well versed enough to at least have some kind of opinion, and I actually do read up on the laws, the customs, the way it's gone, the history. Even though I don't live there, the US did get its revolution. We are not under their rule, so like the only way it affects me is the idea of people that could live there that I know, or the idea of how they would interact with the US from then on out in other countries. But it's so I feel like I want to back off of it and not have a true, like, I'm going to make a statement about what's going on. And at the same time, it's just like, I realize the anxiety of a lot of people crying and being sad and mourning the passing of Queen Elizabeth, because she was stability. She was a stability that just hadn't been seen. So, I mean, put it in the shoes of when everyone here was worried about the guy whose name starts with T, that's a former president, and people were worried that it could turn into basically a dictatorship. And the more that comes out about what's happened January 6th and saying like the election and saying what documents are kept, I'm not getting into all of that. That he had that intention, that he had the intention of doing whatever it took to take power, and that worried some people. Now let's just break down the idea of left and right and wrong and all that. Let's just break all of those down and just say the president at any time could just say, you know what? Screw you, Congress. Screw you, Justice Department. Screw the judicial branch. I'm gonna be the only name here because, you know, in history I was ordained by God to do all this. So fuck all y'all. I'm gonna call the shots. And I'm going to command the people, since I command the money, I'm going to command them to make sure that you die if you don't agree. And if you would like to rise up, you better have more money than me. Oh, trick question. My main job that I never relinquished to Parliament was control of the money in the country. Like, if the US were to go through that and realize that the president could just say, you know what? I'm consolidating all the power and all the money. And you can't do anything about it because now I can just control the army. And if you don't like it, raise more money than me and get better troops than I have and then argue with me. If that was just your reality one day, would you be scared shitless? Because you got to put it in perspective. Like, put it in real perspective of what this really is. This is a history. History is being written right now. And the people that have to suffer and live through it don't know if tomorrow is going to be the same as today, simply by 70 years of being able to be complacency over something that was taken for granted, when 70 years ago it was revolutionary for her to give so much power to the people. Think about, just wrap your head around that. A whole country, and it's a big deal that she gave power to the people. And just was like, and that's good. And I won't try to really do much about it. The people should have a say. I don't know what to say to all that, because it's I'd be worried, I'd be scared, I'd be unsure, I mean, I was with the next president here. I was worried, I was scared, I was unsure. I'll be straight up with you guys. I talked to my ex, and one thing we talked about is that if things did get bad enough, we were both willing to actually move to Canada. And it's not because of, I'm not getting into all the political everything about it. It was a legitimate fear of this could go very wrong. And it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you sit on. If it goes very wrong, I've got a child to protect. And she at least could agree with me on that. And in protecting that child, we were going to Yeetus McFleetus if we had to. And it was no joke. There was no punchline to that. That, yeah, we'd leave. We would leave if need be. And we'd go across the border if that's what it took to make sure that our child had stability. And that was just that. And that's called being a parent. Having to make a tough choice. And it's not all that tough of a choice either, given that, you know, what you see in Ukraine, having to protect their children involved leaving all their possessions, everything behind, fleeing, being forced to file documents just so they can bring their pets, only to find out that the border doesn't give a shit about any of those documents and is letting everyone across because they know that they're going to be killed left and right, that their troops are losing for a skirmish they didn't see coming, 200 to 300 people per day when that conflict started. And that's just the Ukrainian side. The Russians were apparently losing more and weren't reporting the numbers. And now we're forgetting that there's the Ukrainian struggle still going on, and they're still losing on average 50 troops per day. If that was happening in America right now, that we were losing 50 of our troops, if we were losing 50 Marines, 50 soldiers, if 50 people in the Navy per day were dying because they were doing what they're supposed to, this country would be in a fucking uproar. And if we were attacked in a way that we needed to actually flee to have people that they couldn't get to other states, they just, you know, have people in the Northeast go to Canada because that's the safest place for you. Things like that. And that's just what's happening in one place. We take so much for granted of not actually paying attention to the world that when we actually have to deal with the problems that the rest of the world deals with, that we forgot were actual issues, you find people can panic fast. And let me make this very clear. The idea that the only way I can liken it was the idea of if it got bad enough in our country, it would be an easy transition to go to Canada. It got bad in Ukraine. There's no such thing as an easy transition. Innocent people died. Hundreds died by the day. You're counting mass graves by thousands per week for people that didn't ask for a conflict, that they're now finally taking back territories, but it's taking blood, sweat, and tears for families to even be reunited and feeling like you're displaced over something that you don't even understand. When my best is being able to say that my democracy... Fuck! I wasn't paying enough attention. When the best I can say is that my democracy was under threat, in a way, because no matter... Even if I believed in Trump and sided with him, that still, what was going on, the dichotomy that was happening, still was putting democracy under threat in this country. The semblance of democracy we have is kind of like we have the Bill of Privileges, and people don't realize it's not a Bill of Rights, it's a Bill of Privileges. But to know that all of that was enough to, and that pales in comparison to exactly what can happen right now in the UK in general. If tomorrow Scotland's parliament dissolved, the British parliament dissolved, the people should be voting on a new one that the king should then, ordain as saying that the vote's valid. They are basically overseeing it, and they have the customary dinner with the prime minister who should be leading parliament, and they say fuck it to all of that. Like, that T word of the past president couldn't have overnight done all that shit, while in their country, can overnight do all that shit. Because it is a monarchy still. Even though a lot of those powers are stripped, those powers can be taken back. Just think about that for a sec. It might not happen. Nothing. The transition could be completely solid and nice, and there could be actually good things that come from it, that they learn from her example and make sure that... Or it could go totally bad. I don't know what's worse. Living in a country where people are so polarized that it's a constant argument for 4 years of a presidency, or not knowing if tomorrow, if I'm in the northern part of the UK, that I no longer have a voice because my parliament was dissolved by a guy who was helping look over places that parliament gave a voice to, and he bequeathed it basically to William and gave a stirring speech that I watched to the Scottish people. There was it felt like no sincerity behind his words. That would immediately scare me right then and there. Go watch it. Go watch Charles talking to the Scottish Parliament, his address to it, wearing the traditional kilt and giving his thanks to them and everything. His wording is very nuanced, but his wording made my heart skip a beat a few times. His wording scared me a little bit. Where it's as if they're making a contribution to the whole instead of being their own people. Newsflash, Scotland, Wales, Ireland, Northern and Southern Ireland, other outlying play, they're all their own people with their own rich cultures and backgrounds and fights, and they've gone at it before, especially to certain places. They're still going at it in Ireland. They've gone. There are things that have happened over there that are still ongoing, and his wording just made it sound like, hey, let me just remind you for 1 second while I'm leaving this to William that you're welcome. for me being here for you. Like it's kind of this backhanded way. Listen to it and listen to it through the ideas of someone not knowing exactly what will happen to their country. A proud people who will fight anything that goes against, but they had to listen to that. And look at the reactions from the people. They're not buying it either. It's not me just like speculating. It's look at the faces of the people listening to that address. They're not buying it. It feels wrong. So what do I think about monarchy? I don't know. History will tell me what I have to think about this monarchy, because I have no idea what the fuck to think right now. It seems terrifying right now. Right? It seems downright terrifying. I'm the type that will overthink a lot of things and try to think about all of the possible things that could happen. And right now, if I tried to think of in the shoes of all the possible things that could happen, because I lived in the UK, because I was British, because I was Scottish, if I tried to think of all of that and be me, I would have an aneurysm. Right now the only thing I could equate it to is what must people have been thinking the 60 years that led to the Civil War in the US that caused the most US casualties in history. That's the only thing I can think of that would be the same mindset of what could be. And remember, before the Civil War ever started, there was 60 years of lead up, more than that, but 60 years of solid lead up that it could have been avoided. There could have been things that happened. There could have been no bloodshed, but there was. Think about 70 years of stability that they've had, and then just mash it up with what the US went through of 60 years of, I don't know if blood's gonna be shed. Fucking terrifying. History will tell you about the Civil War that, how did the people react to it that were in the know? Fucking terrified. And then their worst nightmare happened. It came down to family against family, brother against brother. That's a nation tearing itself apart. I live near Atlanta. 90% of Atlanta was burned to the fucking ground. And that was not all that long ago. People think that the Civil War is all that long ago. That was barely over 2 decades before World War I. There were Gatling guns in the Civil War. Do people forget that there were automatic weapons in the Civil War? They weren't deployed all that much, but yeah, it existed. An automatic weapon did exist. A Gatling gun was deployed in 2 different battles. I believe it was 2. Like what we think of as being a long time ago. You can find pictures of the bodies strewn across the fields that you can visit today. Near Kennesaw, there are pictures of the bodies still in that field, and the fence looks the exact same. Like, it's not, the Civil War sounds like all this, like, history, way back. They had prototypes for cars while they're still settling that shit out. Like, the Model T wasn't out yet, but that doesn't mean people weren't, like, on wheels driving with a motor. It's not that far back. And then we were plunged into World War I, and then plunged into World War II. Like, and we, even in the US, entered late. And if we had entered early, there's not a chance. We would have lost one, if not both of those, because we had undertrained troops. There's a lot of history that goes behind that. Too many people take that for granted. Pay attention to your fucking history books is my takeaway from this. I got asked one question. What's my opinion on monarchy? My opinion is too many people don't fucking know their history of their own country, of the world, of the things that will directly affect them if they aren't privy to it. Guess what? Your opinion counts for shit if you don't know history, so you don't know how to, I don't know, not repeat it. If you don't know the history, you don't know how to not to repeat it. So right now, we don't have a historical precedent of what should happen. We have a precedent for what should happen to a president. We impeached him twice here in this country when it kind of went haywire. We have a precedent for what happens when a president goes over the line. We had a civil war. We have a precedent for when people are disagreeing about very big topics that have led to bloodshed and tears and judgments and, like a department of, a judicial system that has to be listed, a Supreme Court taking cases We have people crying over Roe v. Wade when we forget that other countries never even got the chance to have that decision because they were just told. They didn't vote on it. They were just told what would happen to their bodies. And now we're crying about issues about that. And that's not history. That's a few months ago. Now I'll put it in perspective of just strip all that shit away. Stop bitching about Roe v. Wade because you're not going to get shit about anything. You don't get a say. That's a possibility for those people right now. That's a possibility. Is it a reality? We don't know. Will it happen? We don't know. How will it play out? We don't know. But the idea that people can be over here and bitch about Roe v. Wade and have opinion about Ukraine and not live in that place and think that those are the atrocities that we have to deal with, and another country that can just tomorrow be like, no, actually, my opinion is this on women's rights in your body, and I actually just took the power back to make that decision. If you don't like it, the gallows are over there, and you can join the line. And by the way, I'm gonna go ahead and conscript a few of you. I know we haven't done that, but you know what? Fuck it. And you know your whole way of life, and you thought you had a whatever. Like, nah, I'm gonna let me just. Or life as usual, but you won't know until you wake up the next morning and like watch the news. How fucking terrifying is that shit? It is actually a terrifying thing. What is my opinion on monarchy? It's fucking terrifying when it comes to things like this. It's... Jeez. I hope I'm really putting in perspective for some people who don't realize... I took my medicine before I even started the stream. I have not played ads this whole time. Whoops. Yeah. When I think about the fact that I wasn't born in my hometown because the hospital didn't deliver black babies. Yeah. When you consolidate powers so strongly, you find out that people can say, oh, well, you know, since they're not our people, we can subjugate them to get diamonds for us, to be profitable for us in different places, like India, to do a lot. Like, it's a sordid history that's hard to sort out. And it's a sordid history that people, guess what? Great Britain, you're only going to hear people say Great Britain who live down south. Everyone else realizes that it's Britain. And then there's things other than Britain. There are cultures other than England. It's Great Britain is the saying that you use when you're privileged enough to live south enough that you don't have to worry about being given the privilege of a parliament so you can have a say other than what England thinks your say should be. You're starting to get the picture here, where you have to be granted the privilege to have your own voice because your culture's so vastly different than everyone down south that they just ignored it for so long that they finally gave you a voice. They let you have it. And that is recent, this century history. There are people alive that can remember that history. So it's not really history. It is the ongoing, it's just as much history as yesterday was history. It is very much an issue. So, like, I don't know. It's a topic that I actually do have opinions on, but that's as much as I can get into it because I'm scared for them. I worry for them. I hope for the best for them. And at the end of the day, I don't have a true opinion on a monarchy because what are we talking about? Are we talking about a monarchy that consolidates power and becomes the monarchy that Britain was prior to the 1800s? Like prior to when a parliament started keeping a king and a queen in check? Are we talking about a monarchy before the Windsor House for 104 years has ruled it? Are we talking about a monarchy for the 44 years that the other three of the Windsor House that were a lot less forgiving and a lot less listening of the people than Queen Elizabeth II were taking the throne? Are we talking about the monarchy of Queen Elizabeth II for 70 years? The second longest reign ever in history? Or are we talking about the monarchy that's coming up that there's no set precedent for? Are we talking about the monarchy that listens to the people, or are we talking about the monarchy that dictates to the people? I don't know, and neither do they, and that's why it's scary. It's real scary. This is basically my TED Talk of saying, thank you for being here, Chelsea, and I hope you have a good day at work. I'm sorry that I went on such a rant on such a topic, but technically, I truly do. Sarcasm. I'm glad you brought that up because I do talk a lot on my streams. I do bring up things that I think are important. Right now, what I think is important, that more people actually need to figure out what the fuck is happening in the world around them. Because right now, your knowledge, your individual knowledge that's watching this right now, more than ever, because the world has gotten smaller and smaller with technology making information and misinformation more prolific than ever. The proliferation of misinformation, of word of mouth, instead of people going to actual sources and actual legitimate ways of finding out what's what, of actually reading things that would benefit you about the country you live in and the countries that are around you. That dissemination of that information is up to you to then ingest, for the idea that when there is unrest in the place you live, you don't get to just sit there and bitch about it and hope it goes away. Because that is the mentality of a spoiled, privileged nation that underappreciates the rights they have and overestimates how fragile or how strong it is, and forgets the fragility of democracy, historically speaking, that it falls apart. We, as the United States, are the longest standing, I believe. Yes. And we have even, in our most bloodshed, the most bloodshed in the US, we killed each other. That was what democracy looked like. And it was only just about 2 decades before World War I, where people don't think is all that much history. When they had Gatling guns and they did have a version of a car that they could drive. Okay. It's I just think more people need to be aware that there's a situation. Let me put it in one other context and then I'll drop the subject. All right. So the U.S. response. If you're in the U.S., if you live in Ireland, Wales, Scotland, if you are a country that trades with them, if you live in Canada, hey, province of Britain, if you live in Canada, if you're the French that trade, if you're even down to smaller places that seem like they're nothing but are usually a waypoint of being able to figure out how to make things work, Luxembourg, France, Spain, you're looking at a lot of countries that have to look at one place and figure out how their country works based on these decisions. And there might be a time where you have to go and vote based on what another country is currently going through. That you're going to have to vote on an issue of something that we can't predict because we can't predict the future, that we don't know how it will go. But there might come a day, and actually guaranteed there will come a day in your life, if you live long enough, that your vote, if you even live 2 decades, your vote will, the first time you can vote, will matter. And won't feel like it will matter, but there'll be something on there that you don't realize. If you're not educated and you don't realize that enough people need to be educated, there was a change that could have been made. There was a difference that could have happened earlier. There was an injustice that could have been righted. But you're 18 voting for the first time and you didn't realize that you needed to study up on the topics. In the next time that we're voting for a president coming up soon, on that same ticket, we might be needing to vote for issues that will say how we trade with other countries based on the actions they take. There are times where we might need to vote on who's ruling our country as the head of the executive branch based on the Ukrainian situation. Trade and cutting off the gas line from Russia was cut off. That they did that. How many people care about that? I bet every fucking person that has to go through that right now. I know natural gas is shown to cause more problems than it helps, and that it needs to be weaned off anyway, but Russia shut off its gas line. How many of you guys are being affected right now? Or are you spoiled enough to be able to sit in your living room and not be affected, and then so you don't care? Russia cut off that line. But when we have to start actually fighting for our own rights and stopping history from repeating itself, stopping us from killing each other over disagreements, and stopping the idea of people being able to run rampant in a time where information and misinformation can completely make that happen in an instant, where overnight the misinformation can put people up in arms, cause riots and insurrections. You being ignorant to at least the basic facts of how, for example, right now, Britain's monarchy is run. The actual responsibilities of their king or queen, the actual responsibilities of parliament at a base level, which, guess what? Their website, it is, if you printed it off, it could fit on one page. The breakdown that they give to let the general public know, it could fit on one page easily. And if you want the bigger breakdown of the king or queen's power, it's like 3 pages long. And then there are subsets to it. How many of you are going to take the time to go read that one page? Or how many of you are going to not realize till too late that you entered a voting booth and that one page actually mattered for a vote you just made and you just fucked yourself over because you didn't know shit? You just had a time that you had a voice, you had a democracy, and you fucked yourself over because you didn't read one goddamn page about another country that we are tightly, intrinsically trading and on good terms with. One page! You didn't read one document. Yeah, whose fault is that? If you're complaining about any rights you ever lose, if you're ever doing any of that, and you can't tell me where the right ever came from, much less how the fuck you lost it, you didn't deserve it in the first place. Yeah. By the way, whatever I just said, my brain is wondering if I said that correctly. I think whatever I just said, I actually need to go myself and look at what I said. That if you didn't know where it came from, you didn't deserve it in the first place. Because honestly, if we're talking about an actual t-shirt material and actually something that should be spread out in the world, that's the kind of message that needs to come from this kind of channel. Yeah. I know you can ask serious questions. You've asked actually serious and prudent questions, and you've done it under, let's say, pseudonyms before. I know that you've done it. So, hey, Skull King, I'm sorry I didn't say hi. And hey, George, yeah.
We would like to buy one child, please.
Did I send you a vinyl record or a CD? I almost legitimately said which CD. Hey, Vash. Oh, almost. Last second, my brain decided it was a no. That was close. Shut up.
We would like to buy one child.
Shut up.
Please.
I didn't say my first reaction. I didn't say my actual first reaction. Shut up. But I was about to respond very honestly. CD. Like I have not heard that one before. What about the food plants where we were down? Also sign up for Don't Pay UK. If there's a million signatures, they won't pay the gas bill. Yeah, like I said, there are issues. Good night, Firebird. Duh. God, that bird still gives me PTSD. Yeah, probably. You're right. Sarcasm. I'm afraid if the crowds ever get bigger and I bend to YouTube's rules that it'll happen way too easily. Cause I try to converse and engage so often that I'd absolutely run into the trap. I did find out that some streamers that actually hold all messages, all super chats, all everything until the end of the stream. That's for YouTube's purposes. It's actually YouTube preferring that. I did not know that until recently. And I understand now why that is. Most pop-ups that come up on streams that YouTube can see are not YouTube's. They're either going to be Streamlabs or something. Basically, it's encouraging to help YouTube make less money. So they don't like those pop-ups. I didn't know that. I've been having to think whether I have to pause alerts eventually for entire streams until the very end and then let all alerts play at the same time. If it ever comes down to that where I do that, it'd be way too easy to get me. Because I'd be thanking everyone one by one as fast as I can, so that people that support can actually hear that I'm grateful. And then if I'm just going down a list, I got way too fast. Alyssa, when the jokes are aimed at you, you'd probably skew that more to like 85-15%. Like 80-20 at best. Yeah. I almost said yeah in a very actual. I shouldn't be allowed to. This is why someone needs to take away the microphone. I'm probably gonna be going to bed myself soon here. Wait a second. Alyssa, let me just put this into perspective real quick of you trying to be nice. You're trying to be nice. I respect that. Let me just scroll up really quickly. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, where is it? No, 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 no. No, you Betty Whited me earlier. It's not in my list anymore of like things that... Oh, no, no, no. You're trying to be nice. Like 4 hours ago. 4 hours ago to the person that did... Oh God, it went away again because someone else... Oh, thank you so much, Jacob. I appreciate that. It knocked it down. A lot of people say the French monarchy was bad, but personally I think it was brilliantly executed. And then put Betty White on the screen and... What the fuck? Where did it go? No, no, I won't give up on this. I had it for 1 second. I had it. I had it. I had it. Yeah, you would never do so. No. No. Things I'm not going to be able to forget. No. It's still in the back of my head that you said it. It's still... I can't get rid of it. I can't get rid of it. Okay. The Queen has something in common with Betty White now. Unlike Paul Walker, they couldn't... they couldn't R to a get to 100. Like, I know that's a misspell at the end, but I saw the Queen and Betty White didn't get to 100. Unlike Paul Walker. I was supposed to Roger Rabbit disappearing, reappearing comment. Wait, what? Where? Oh, and then... Blah, 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 da, 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 da. Wait. Vash has a new joke for me.
Please.
Hey, Siri, a new dad joke for Rowan. I just... Shut up, Siri. I decided that I no longer like Orion's belt. I realized that it's a huge waste in space. Ah, fuck my hand! Yes, that would actually be a great joke. Thank you. Everyone hashtag Jacob. That would actually be a great joke. Alyssa is not innocent in any way. And where's the statement? Where's the statement? Don't come for me, please, Alyssa. Okay. Where's the Alyssa posted a Roger Rabbit disappearing, reappearing comment? Where'd that happen? Stacy, don't stand up for that. Fucking break that halo and put it as the horns it should be. You know better. That's bullshit. Big Bang. Just like the cake is a lie. Yeah, sure is. No, we're not doing that. There's a team Steven and then team people who are choosing to be wrong because they want to live in the fantasy world. At least when it comes to this. Thank you, Pockets. Pockets is preaching. Oh, fucking. I love to make a smoothie and the apocalypse happens, apparently. Yeah. Sounds about right. I'm pretty sure that I feel like with how much I try to stay on top of things, that the one thing that I wouldn't stay on top of would be the one thing that matters most. Like, yeah, I read the news this morning. I read the news today, oh boy. And then I get up and do something that's like, whoop, the world's ending. And I missed it while I was making the shake. All right, well, pack it in, boys. We had a good one. I want to say something sarcastic, but no, I'm playing the Village DLC. Oh, God, I'm afraid.
Usually I'm much smarter than the things that I say. Usually much smarter than the things that I say.
Does it jiggle, though?
Okay. Oh, no. Let's get something straight. When I've said that even on stream, do it jiggle dough is do it jiggle dough. If I said does, then my white side was coming up for a second. Good night, Sacred. Thank you for being here. What happened on... Why am I getting... Oh... I keep getting, I accidentally let Discord loose for a second, and it just comes in batches of dozens of messages, and that was a mistake. So I have to fix that later. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to make it stop. So I've just been suffering. I'm actually gonna start a campaign later to end suffrage. Survival knife. Trash, you shitty knife. Give me a survival knife. No, that's the same. I need to master that riff and just play part of Scream as that riff because it works. The amp in here I unplugged. I need to replug it up and make sure that it's I can actually put it straight through the Go XLR so it would be in sync with me. So if I accidentally hum or sing or do anything, it'll all be in step. But like the song Scream, I think I'm gonna end the stream off instead by doing something I would like to do, which is showing you guys a great song by playing a video and not breaking the rules of either just loading up Final Fantasy 14 real fast and then playing the song. Because if Final Fantasy, as long as it's a weird rule, as long as Final Fantasy 14 is on in the background, I'm allowed to play the song. It just has to be showing the game. You can't take the game out. You can't take the song out of the game and then not get docked by them. But I do. God, that song Scream. That one guitar riff feels really powerful when I got it out, and I hate locking tuners when the B string is out of tune and it keeps going out, because then I'm sitting there suffering. Just watching that video again and then realizing that one riff is so catchy, and that I'm like, I just want to master this because I do want to start learning a little bit better on being able to just, you know what key, know what scales and pentatonics, what arpeggios, what progressions, what everything I can use on top of it, or just have a better trained ear. And I watch a YouTuber that does that. He streams on Twitch and covers a lot of things, and it's a nice inspiration for me to see somebody else who actually can do it really, really well, and is obviously well versed in their music theory. But damn, that song, it's a fucking banger that came out of nowhere. I'm not playing guitar tonight. Oh fuck no. But I mean, I earlier, yeah, I was figuring that out, because it was just I don't know why I had this urge, especially when I have a bruised finger and a bruised hand. Everything's bruised. I was just like, it came on the watch list. Fuck the glasses I just threw away. It came on like the watch list, and I need to get in here, and I need to get the rest of the things. I need to stop like being sedentary for a moment, and I just fucking heard it come on. Oh, the 44 mag. And saw it, and I decided to replay that one thing, and oh god, it's just. And now I've actually done the content that song plays in full, and you would think a song would get old looping over and over like that. No, man, if that song would just get old, it would get easier for me, because it keeps getting older, and I stay the same age. Yeah. For people who know that reference, that makes me what I was officially called not too long ago, a boomer. If that song would just like get older and then like I get tired of it, and I'm sitting there going, this fucking rocks. This song has no right to be this good. For just something, I mean, it's Agdesis. Go look up Agdesis. That's a fucked up story. And that song is playing, I mean, Hegemone is much different. Different story. I can understand it playing for that. But for historical Agdesis, for that to be playing, that is a fucking banger of a song. Playing for like the worst possible time. Oh, Close in the Distance is amazing. That's not the issue here. Close in this, it's just a Rowan. Hope he's doing well. I'm sure he didn't call and say goodnight, but he knows he's gonna see me right in the morning. Since his mom has COVID and he's under the same roof, I know what he's going through right now. He's very nervous. I know that his anxiety is building, whether he accidentally might have given it to me or like my contact because of him being with his mom could get, like, I know what he's going through. So earlier today, he could be better, he could be worse type deal. And right now he's probably a ball of anxiety. That hopefully I can help out tomorrow. But that song rips hard. It's great. I fucking need to turn off Discord. This is why I don't have notifications pop up. You see how many times I've looked down? Those have all been... How many messages I still get even when I go dark? That was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 there, 13. So in the past 59 minutes, 13 messages on Discord. It is kind of like a sometimes an overload. That's why I kind of distance myself from social media sometimes. I don't mean to be aloof and like leave people hanging in the dark, but like that be a little overwhelming. And that's not 13 messages from the same person. That is 2 repeats. 2 repeat people. Whew. Not to out anyone who might have messaged me and watching the stream right now. It's just, yeah, it's honesty is the best policy. It can be a little overwhelming. What's wrong? I unironically hate, despite the fact that it is a popular song that everyone else loves. Ooh, it's getting into dangerous territory with me. There's some stuff from John Frusciante that he did with one of his albums that was like something with water that people didn't like. It got panned. There's one song from Cats, and it's a musical that is like, what is this fucking LSD trip? There is The whole musical of Oklahoma. Why not? Throw all that shit in there. Because if you don't universally pan that, why not? But of songs that unironically like and everyone else hates. My first thought was like Chad Kroeger and Saliva Guy I will always say Saliva Guy, not just Saliva. Doing Hero. But people actually do like that one, and I actually do like that song from growing up. I'll think. Unironically. Jesus Christ. Oh no, wow, my count was off. So my watch now officially says from Discord, since it breaks it up by hour, 20 plus more messages. Apparently my phone wasn't showing me all of them. And then an hour before that, 4 more messages. The hour before that, 10 more. How long have we been streaming? Did people realize I was alive and just start? Because that's a little bit more than I'm used to. I guess because I'm streaming, people are like, oh, I can get a hold of them. But I'd rather play the violin. I was amazing at violin. It's one of the only things I can ever claim that I was legitimately 100% hands down. You're not gonna find many people better than me good at violin. So yeah, violin for sure. There's a point in time that was a legitimate statement I could make. That you were not going to find. You could find, but you're gonna be hard pressed. And I never took pride in it until it was gone. Because it was always just fun. Now that it's gone, I realize that maybe I should have embraced it a little bit more and realized it was like something that was fleeting and I would lose. So. We're not in sync because I don't want it that way. Tell me why you'd say that. Can I play Snow? Yeah, my brother and I used to play Snow all the time. Have I played it in forever? I haven't played it in forever. I'd have to go look up the sheet music or tabs or something for it again, because that's back when I actually could play guitar off of sheet music still too, because Nathan forced that one on me. I can most if it's Nathan was my skills on guitar have slouched in a while for the last bit. That's why I say keep encouraging me to play. Guitar was another thing, a passionate thing that, like, yeah, I was pretty. I'm competent, but I was good, and not just a recording kind of good, because there's two different kind of guitarists and there's two different kind of performers in general. There are studio performers, or those that can take multiple takes, and there are live performers, and I could do both, with violin and guitar, and singing, and yeah, it's hard. It's something to get used to. What? Oh my God! He actually reached through the door and touched me. One of the first riffs I'll tell you that I ever warmed up on, Dave Matthews, when I was very young, the song Satellite was actually his warm-up, and they turned it into a song. So I started doing the same thing. I learned when I was middle school. Oh, okay, they're gone. When I was middle school, I believe, I learned Satellite. And then as time went on, I upgraded from that to doing a few other exercises, but Red Hot Chili Peppers, since Nathan and I always jammed out to that, and that used to be his favorite band, and then it became a competition between that and when My Chemical Romance, before they put out what was it, 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge or whatever, he actually found out about them and was like, I think they're gonna be great. And then his prediction made him think that was his favorite band for a long while. He thought they'd be great, and he actually hired them to come on over to the college that he was at to do a performance for them. Which is where my story of actually getting to meet, whatever. Anyway, yeah, I actually put time and effort into guitar a long while ago, like daily. More than one bump on my acoustic guitar, on my classical especially, but my old Bean Blossom, the bumps are from me practicing for so long and playing so long, because it comforted me and I wanted to be better, that I fell asleep on the guitar and it started tipping over. Because I finally changed position type deal, that I would, the song Frail, I used to play as my own comfort and fall asleep on my guitar. Yeah, studio live in bedroom. Well, actually, if there are some exhibitionists that like to mix up the bedroom and live. I don't have fiber optic. If decent amount of streamers have a delay on their streams. Yeah, there's my stream, I believe right now should be at about a 6 or 7 second delay at most, 10 or 12 for some people. I don't have it on the lowest latency because there's a quality comes into concern right then and there. If I put it any lower than this, I can keep up with it, but you're gonna get low quality stream, and it'll be about a 2 or 3 second delay for most people. For stream snipers, yeah, you usually do want to put a delay if you're doing like a game that they can join in on. You know, a lot of the conversation though for those games, you can kind of catch up to the conversation, if you will, because you are playing a game that requires your full attention, and then you can catch up to what everyone might have typed or said. But yeah. What happened? Yeah. Could be better, mostly okay. I do hope things get better, Alyssa, for your situation of, yeah, too many patients, too many close calls, too many everything, basically. You brought out her dominatrix side. You guys have introduced me to some weird, like, hooray moments. Hooray! I made someone to bring out the... What? Somebody's gonna make me submissive tonight. Like, guys... Okay, I'm not gonna combine that yet, because if I find red up there, she go dead fast. Whatever was just said, no. I guarantee what was said should not be an alert. Are you fucking... Okay. You come in my balls with that garbage, like. Yeah. First one I can't swipe. So you don't want to be a charge nurse? Huh. But wouldn't that make your life a little easier if you could make a few more calls and be in a little bit more control? Oh. Fuck. I can beat her with what I've got, but in case I get nervous. Okay. We can go full tilt on her. That's good to know. Yeah, this is a win unless I royally somehow fuck this up. Alyssa, sub ID that's in the House of Darkness. Turn into the most side everywhere, along with weapons and items scattered everywhere. Chat is unhinged. I'm unhinged. Whoa. Where did she land and pop herself on? That's a weird sentence. What? If she dies off screen again, so anticlimactic. Wait, the fuck? The fuck you on about? Okay, at least she died on camera. She died for the views. Okay. All right. So that was me being able to chat with you guys. I want to show you guys a banger of a song. So let's see if I actually. I don't want to. Can I put up? What can I put up? Yeah. Before we go, I wanted to put something. How do I justify it? Can I just put up? It has to be a moving image, doesn't it? Let me just freaking. Let me figure out how to do this real fast. Let me just put up a static something. So let me do this. So gameplay window and the Elgato. Just nobody panic. I'm just gonna go and do something real fast to show you guys just an absolute monster of a song. Since it's all on this computer, I forgot I can just bring it up on this computer and put it full screen, can't I? Like, oh my god, but all my porn, what will happen? So I can just, as long as it is the game, that's the rule. Gameplay has to be playing in the background. So like, if you don't want a spoiler for something of a game that, you know, is a great game, but it won't spoil anything because it's not going to be storyline. Oh god, I just made like 5 tabs. Why? Why did I make so many? All right, this son of a. Why is one of them transfer credit cards? Something. What the fuck? Okay, open new. Just do it once. Thanks. That's all I wanted. Thank you. Yeah, let's get to this. Let me go find it real fast. It's Scream. The song's just called Scream, and then I can just show you guys because I do someone else's gameplay. Now I know the lyrics to it. There's no official lyrics, but just realize that they are saying in the is guaranteed they're saying in the chorus, say goodnight, which with each bite does your sanity die. Step from the light now, letting the dark inside. Say a prayer as the light leaves your eyes, or scream all you like. Your gods can't hear you. Yet that line hits hard. Say a prayer or scream, doesn't really matter. Your gods can't hear you. Suicide or choke on your pride. Like this song, the official lyrics aren't out, but by God, is it fucking just. Let's see if somebody. I'm looking really quickly if someone got the lyrics closer. So I'm looking really quick because there are unofficial lyric videos. Let's see if somebody. I'm checking to see if this person got a little closer. What is happening? Steam, stop. Yeah, no, that's way off. That's okay. Let's see if this one. I want you guys to be able to see. Oh, the lag arrived? Wild. Oh, this one looks closer. I don't think it's completely right. Ooh. Okay, I think I can. Okay. I won't be docked for this one because there's an image in the background, and I'm just gonna count it. All right, we're just gonna go with this. All right, so I'm gonna show you guys a banger of a song. Just an absolute monster of a song that got put out, and since it's got the pandemonium like wallpaper, basically, listen to what they. This isn't just a game. This is just This is battle music, but it's not battle music. They actually, Soken is such a prolific composer, and this is where you make a distinction. Composer and arranger, two different things. They can be the same, but he composed this and then he put it to be arranged by a band. So it's all his work, and then he passed it on of saying, this is the key, this is the tempo, this is the feel, this is the everything, this is the song. He wrote the whole song and then told a band, okay, now put it in like take it, has to be in the same key, same rhythm, same tempo, same everything. Play the notes I said, but like, what do you want to add to it? Percussion? Do you want to add do you want to make it like play it on a keyboard or a heavy guitar? Like they basically, with being to arrange it, they get to choose how to go about it. And he made a good choice. He passed it off to the right people. Cause fucking hell, like this. Yeah, let's do this. That, and then it loops there. That, holy shit. I hope they don't get me for not having actual gameplay going on. That, I don't think some of those lyrics are right. I think one part they figured out something that I didn't. Because one of those parts actually feels better than what I wrote down and it actually makes sense. But the rest of it, it's close enough. You get the feeling. That song isn't a damn game. It's yeah, Final Fantasy 14. Just look up Scream. Yeah. Jesus H, that song. Yeah, it's good. It's good. There are some people who, like, when Final Fantasy 14 expansions come out, they don't give a shit about the game, but they're like, I need to download I need to download now the OST. Like, I don't give a shit about the game. Just give me the music, please. So yeah, anyway, that's how I'm gonna in the stream that was nobody panic, because it's okay. We don't have to panic here. We don't have to panic. What I just say? Huh? Actually, I have to panic for a second because this didn't come up like it's supposed to. Streamlabs. No. I will panic. Streamlabs. No. Let me just end this off normally. Let me end it off normally, please. Please let me end it off normally. Almost there. Come on, please. Pain. Rolling it. All right. So you're gonna be automatically warped to tomorrow's stream. A lot of people are saying good night. If you stay for one more second, you can automatically be warped to tomorrow's stream, and then make sure you hit the reminder so you know when it's coming up. Mike, El Son of Krypton, Dark King, Alyssa, King of Sarcasm, Jay Miller, Christopher Kuna Matata, Ikoshio, Caleb, Caitlin, and Corey. Someone, GJD8000, Jacob, and super chats from Sir David YouTube, Robert Brown, Tanya, Retro Completionist, also going by LOL Gamer. New sub over on Twitch. Inception Kira, new subscribers to Avery and Shaylin, Aylin, Ember DL. Members are flexing: Sir David, Russ, Holt, Christian, King of Sarcasm, GJD, Julio, Gus, Caleb, Dark King, Stephen Ore, either the new or showing off that they're supporting for so long, and I really, really appreciate it. Damn it. I didn't get through the whole list perfectly. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. Glad we could catch up a little bit. And tomorrow, I'll just be in pain. Because the whole entire stream will probably be pain. Thanks for being here, and I hope to see you guys here for the next one tomorrow. And hopefully everything works like it's supposed to. Because it was working earlier, but I just updated Streamlabs, so. Bye! Streamlabs, please work with voice attack. Thanks.